Welcome back to Calm History. If you enjoy falling asleep with us, please take a moment to hit the subscribe button. It is a completely free way to support our quiet, independent channel. Tonight, we begin. The Pavilion on the Links by Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 1 tells how I camped in Graydon Seaward and beheld a light in the pavilion. I was a great solitary when I was young. I made it my pride to keep aloof and suffice for my own entertainment, and I may say that I had neither friends nor acquaintances until I met that friend who became my wife and the mother of my children. With one man only was I on private terms. This was R. Northmour, Esquire, of Graydon Easter in Scotland. We had met at college, and though there was not much liking between us, nor even much intimacy, we were so nearly of a humour that we could associate with ease to both. Misanthropes we believed ourselves to be, but I have thought since that we were only sulky fellows. It was scarcely a companionship, but a coexistence in unsociability. Northmour's exceptional violence of temper made it no easy affair for him to keep the peace with anyone but me, and as he respected my silent ways, and let me come and go as I pleased, I could tolerate his presence without concern. I think we called each other friends. When Northmour took his degree, and I decided to leave the university without one, he invited me on a long visit to Graydon Easter, and it was thus that I first became acquainted with the scene of my adventures. The mansion house of Graydon stood in a bleak stretch of country some 3 miles from the shore of the German Ocean. It was as large as a barrack, and as it had been built of a soft stone, liable to consume in the eager air of the seaside, it was damp and draughty within, and half ruinous without. It was impossible for 2 young men to lodge with comfort in such a dwelling. But there stood in the northern part of the estate, in a wilderness of links and blowing sand hills, and between a plantation and the sea, a small pavilion or belvedere of modern design, which was exactly suited to our wants. And in this hermitage, speaking little, reading much, and rarely associating except at meals, Northmour and I spent 4 tempestuous winter months. I might have stayed longer, but one March night there sprang up between us a dispute which rendered my departure necessary. Northmour spoke hotly, I remember, and I suppose I must have made some tart rejoinder. He leaped from his chair and grappled me. I had to fight, without exaggeration, for my life, and it was only with a great effort that I mastered him, for he was near as strong in body as myself, and seemed filled with the devil. The next morning we met on our usual terms, but I judged it more delicate to withdraw, nor did he attempt to dissuade me. It was 9 years before I revisited the neighbourhood. I travelled at that time with a tilt cart, a tent, and a cooking stove, tramping all day beside the wagon, and at night, whenever it was possible, gypsying in a cove of the hills, or by the side of a wood. I believe I visited in this manner most of the wild and desolate regions, both in England and Scotland, and as I had neither friends nor relations, I was troubled with no correspondence, and had nothing in the nature of headquarters, unless it was the office of my solicitors, from whom I drew my income twice a year. It was a life in which I delighted, and I fully thought to have grown old upon the march, and at last died in a ditch. It was my whole business to find desolate corners where I could camp without the fear of interruption. And hence, being in another part of the same shire, I bethought me suddenly of the Pavilion on the links. No thoroughfare passed within 3 miles of it. The nearest town, and that was but a fisher village, was at a distance of 6 or 7. For 10 miles of length, and from a depth varying from 3 miles to half a mile, this belt of barren country lay along the sea. The beach, which was the natural approach, was full of quicksands. Indeed, I may say, there is hardly a better place of concealment in the United Kingdom. I determined to pass a week in the seaward of Graden Easter, and making a long stage, reached it about sundown on a wild September day. The country, I have said, was mixed sandhill and links, links being a Scottish name for sand, which has ceased drifting and become more or less solidly covered with turf. The pavilion stood on an even space, a little behind it. The wood began in a hedge of elders huddled together by the wind. In front, a few tumbled sandhills stood between it and the sea. An outcropping of rock had formed a bastion for the sand, so that there was here a promontory in the coastline between 2 shallow bays. And just beyond the tides, the rock again cropped out and formed an islet of small dimensions, but strikingly designed. The quicksands were of great extent at low water, and had an infamous reputation in the country. Close inshore, between the islet and the promontory, it was said that they would swallow a man in 4 minutes and a half, but there may have been little ground for this precision. The district was alive with rabbits, and haunted by gulls, which made a continual piping about the pavilion. On summer days, the outlook was bright and even gladsome, but at sundown in September, with a high wind and a heavy surf rolling in close along the links, the place told of nothing but dead mariners and sea disasters. A ship beating to windward on the horizon, and a huge truncheon of wreck half buried in the sands at my feet, completed the innuendo of the scene. The pavilion. It had been built by the last proprietor, Northmour's uncle, a silly and prodigal virtuoso, presented little signs of age. It was 2 stories in height, Italian in design, surrounded by a patch of garden in which nothing had prospered but a few coarse flowers, and looked, with its shuttered windows, not like a house that had been deserted, but like one that had never been tenanted by man. Northmour was plainly from home, whether as usual sulking in the cabin of his yacht, or in one of his fitful and extravagant appearances in the world of society, I had, of course, no means of guessing. The place had an air of solitude that daunted even a solitary like myself. The wind cried in the chimneys with a strange and wailing note, and it was with a sense of escape, as if I were going indoors, that I turned away and, driving my cart before me, entered the skirts of the wood. The seaward of Graden had been planted to shelter the cultivated fields behind, and check the encroachments of the blowing sand. As you advanced into it from coastward, elders were succeeded by other hardy shrubs. But the timber was all stunted and bushy. It led a life of conflict. The trees were accustomed to swing there all night long in fierce winter tempests. And even in early spring, the leaves were already flying, and autumn was beginning in this exposed plantation. Inland, the ground rose into a little hill which, along with the islet, served as a sailing mark for seamen. When the hill was open of the islet to the north, vessels must bear well to the eastward to clear Graden Ness and the Graden Bullers. In the lower ground, a streamlet ran among the trees, and being dammed with dead leaves and clay of its own carrying, spread out every here and there, and lay in stagnant pools. 1 or 2 ruined cottages were dotted about the wood, and according to Northmour, these were ecclesiastical foundations, and in their time had sheltered pious hermits. I found a den, or small hollow, where there was a spring of pure water, and there, clearing away the brambles, I pitched the tent and made a fire to cook my supper. My horse I picketed farther in the wood where there was a patch of sward. The banks of the den not only concealed the light of my fire, but sheltered me from the wind, which was cold as well as high. The life I was leading made me both hardy and frugal. I never drank but water, and rarely ate anything more costly than oatmeal. And I required so little sleep that although I rose with the peep of day, I would often lie long awake in the dark or starry watches of the night. Thus in Graden Seawood, although I fell thankfully asleep by 8 in the evening, I was awake again before 11 with a full possession of my faculties, and no sense of drowsiness or fatigue. I rose and sat by the fire, watching the trees and clouds tumultuously tossing and fleeing overhead, and hearkening to the wind and rollers along the shore, till at length, growing weary of inaction, I quitted the den and strolled towards the borders of the wood. A young moon, buried in mist, gave a faint illumination to my steps. The light grew brighter as I walked forth into the links. At the same moment, the wind, smelling salt of the open ocean and carrying particles of sand, struck me with its full force so that I had to bow my head. When I raised it again to look about me, I was aware of a light in the pavilion. It was not stationary, but passed from one window to another, as though someone were reviewing the different apartments with a lamp or candle. I watched it for some seconds in great surprise. When I had arrived in the afternoon, the house had been plainly deserted. Now it was as plainly occupied. It was my first idea that a gang of thieves might have broken in and be now ransacking Northmour's cupboards, which were many and not ill-supplied. But what should bring thieves to Graden Easter? And again, all the shutters had been thrown open, and it would have been more in the character of such gentry to close them. I dismissed the notion, and fell back upon another. Northmour himself must have arrived, and was now airing and inspecting the pavilion. I have said that there was no real affection between this man and me, but had I loved him like a brother, I was then so much in love with solitude that I should none the less have shunned his company. As it was, I turned and ran for it, and it was with genuine satisfaction that I found myself safely back beside the fire. I had escaped an acquaintance. I should have one more night in comfort. In the morning, I might either slip away before Northmour was abroad, or pay him as short a visit as I chose. But when morning came, I thought the situation so diverting that I forgot my shyness. Northmour was at my mercy. I arranged a good practical jest, though I knew well that my neighbour was not the man to jest with in security, and chuckling beforehand over its success, took my place among the elders at the edge of the wood, whence I could command the door of the pavilion. The shutters were all once more closed, which I remember thinking odd, and the house, with its white walls and green Venetians, looked spruce and habitable in the morning light. Hour after hour passed, and still no sign of Northmour. I knew him for a sluggard in the morning, but as it drew on towards noon I lost my patience. To say the truth, I had promised myself to break my fast in the pavilion, and hunger began to prick me sharply. It was a pity to let the opportunity go by without some cause for mirth. But the grosser appetite prevailed, and I relinquished my jest with regret and sallied from the wood. The appearance of the house affected me, as I drew near, with disquietude. It seemed unchanged since last evening, and I had expected it. I scarce knew why, to have some external signs of habitation. But no. The windows were all closely shuttered, the chimneys breathed no smoke, and the front door itself was closely padlocked. Northmour, therefore, had entered by the back. This was the natural, and indeed the necessary conclusion. And you may judge of my surprise when, on turning the house, I found the back door similarly secured. My mind at once reverted to the original theory of thieves, and I blamed myself sharply for my last night's inaction. I examined all the windows on the lower story, but none of them had been tampered with. I tried the padlocks, but they were both secure. It thus became a problem how the thieves, if thieves they were, had managed to enter the house. They must have got, I reasoned, upon the roof of the outhouse where Northmour used to keep his photographic battery, and from thence, either by the window of the study or that of my old bedroom, completed their burglarious entry. I followed what I supposed was their example, and getting on the roof, tried the shutters of each room. Both were secure, but I was not to be beaten, and with a little force one of them flew open, grazing as it did so the back of my hand. I remember. I put the wound to my mouth and stood for perhaps half a minute, licking it like a dog and mechanically gazing behind me over the wastelinks and the sea. And in that space of time my eye made note of a large schooner yacht, some miles to the northeast. Then I threw up the window and climbed in. I went over the house, and nothing can express my mystification. There was no sign of disorder, but on the contrary, the rooms were unusually clean and pleasant. I found fires laid, ready for lighting. 3 bedrooms prepared with a luxury quite foreign to Northmour's habits, and with water in the ewers and the beds turned down, a table set for 3 in the dining room, and an ample supply of cold meats, game and vegetables on the pantry shelves. There were guests expected, that was plain. But why guests when Northmour hated society? And above all, why was the house thus stealthily prepared at dead of night? And why were the shutters closed and the doors padlocked? I effaced all traces of my visit, and came forth from the window feeling sobered and concerned. The schooner yacht was still in the same place, and it flashed for a moment through my mind that this might be the Red Earl, bringing the owner of the Pavilion and his guests. But the vessel's head was set the other way. Chapter 2 tells of the nocturnal landing from the yacht. I returned to the den to cook myself a meal, of which I stood in great need, as well as to care for my horse, whom I had somewhat neglected in the morning. From time to time, I went down to the edge of the wood, but there was no change in the pavilion, and not a human creature was seen all day upon the links. The schooner in the offing was the one touch of life within my range of vision. She, apparently with no set object, stood off and on or lay to, hour after hour. But as the evening deepened, she drew steadily nearer. I became more convinced that she carried Northmour and his friends, and that they would probably come ashore after dark, not only because that was of a piece with the secrecy of the preparations, but because the tide would not have flowed sufficiently before 11 to cover Gratham Flow and the other sea quags that fortified the shore against invaders. All day the wind had been going down, and the sea along with it. But there was a return towards sunset of the heavy weather of the day before. The night set in pitch dark. The wind came off the sea in squalls, like the firing of a battery of cannon. Now and then there was a flaw of rain, and the surf rolled heavier with the rising tide. I was down at my observatory among the elders, when a light was run up to the masthead of the schooner, and showed she was closer in than when I had last seen her by the dying daylight. I concluded that this must be a signal to Northmour's associates on shore, and stepping forth into the links, looked around me for something in response. A small footpath ran along the margin of the wood and formed the most direct communication between the pavilion and the mansion house. And as I cast my eyes to that side, I saw a spark of light not a quarter of a mile away, and rapidly approaching. From its uneven course, it appeared to be the light of a lantern carried by a person who followed the windings of the path, and was often staggered and taken aback by the more violent squalls. I concealed myself once more among the elders, and waited eagerly for the newcomer's advance. It proved to be a woman, and as she passed within half a rod of my ambush, I was able to recognize the features. The deaf and silent old dame, who had nursed Northmour in his childhood, was his associate in this underhand affair. I followed her at a little distance, taking advantage of the innumerable heights and hollows, concealed by the darkness, and favoured not only by the nurse's deafness, but the uproar of the wind and surf. She entered the pavilion, and going at once to the upper story, opened and set a light in one of the windows that looked towards the sea. Immediately afterwards, the light at the schooner's masthead was run down and extinguished. Its purpose had been attained, and those on board were sure that they were expected. The old woman resumed her preparations. Although the other shutters remained closed, I could see a glimmer going to and fro about the house, and a gush of sparks from one chimney after another soon told me that the fires were being kindled. Northmour and his guests, I was now persuaded, would come ashore as soon as there was water on the floe. It was a wild night for boat service, and I felt some alarm mingle with my curiosity as I reflected on the danger of the landing. My old acquaintance, it was true, was the most eccentric of men, but the present eccentricity was both disquieting and lugubrious to consider. A variety of feelings thus led me towards the beach, where I lay flat on my face in a hollow within 6 feet of the track that led to the pavilion. Thence I should have the satisfaction of recognizing the arrivals, and, if they should prove to be acquaintances, greeting them as soon as they had landed. Some time before 11, while the tide was still dangerously low, a boat's lantern appeared close inshore, and, my attention being thus awakened, I could perceive another still far to seaward, violently tossed, and sometimes hidden by the billows. The weather, which was getting dirtier as the night went on, and the perilous situation of the yacht upon a lee shore, had probably driven them to attempt a landing at the earliest possible moment. A little afterwards, 4 yachtsmen carrying a very heavy chest, and guided by a 5th with a lantern, passed close in front of me as I lay, and were admitted to the pavilion by the nurse. They returned to the beach, and passed me a 3rd time with another chest, larger, but apparently not so heavy as the first. A 3rd time they made the transit, and on this occasion one of the yachtsmen carried a leather portmanteau, and the others a lady's trunk and carriage bag. My curiosity was sharply excited. If a woman were among the guests of Northmour, It would show a change in his habits and an apostasy from his pet theories of life, well calculated to fill me with surprise. When he and I dwelt there together, the pavilion had been a temple of misogyny. And now, one of the detested sex was to be installed under its roof. I remembered one or two particulars, a few notes of daintiness and almost of coquetry, which had struck me the day before as I surveyed the preparations in the house. Their purpose was now clear, and I thought myself dull not to have perceived it from the first. While I was thus reflecting, a second lantern drew near me from the beach. It was carried by a yachtsman whom I had not yet seen, and who was conducting 2 other persons to the pavilion. These 2 persons were unquestionably the guests for whom the house was made ready, and straining eye and ear, I set myself to watch them as they passed. One was an unusually tall man, in a travelling hat slouched over his eyes, and a Highland cape closely buttoned and turned up so as to conceal his face. You could make out no more of him than that he was, as I have said, unusually tall, and walked feebly with a heavy stoop. By his side, and either clinging to him or giving him support, I could not make out which, was a young, tall, and slender figure of a woman. She was extremely pale, but in the light of the lantern her face was so marred by strong and changing shadows that she might equally well have been as ugly as sin, or as beautiful as I afterwards found her to be. When they were just abreast of me, the girl made some remark which was drowned by the noise of the wind. "Hush," said her companion, and there was something in the tone with which the word was uttered that thrilled and rather shook my spirits. It seemed to breathe from a bosom labouring under the deadliest terror. I have never heard another syllable so expressive, and I still hear it again when I am feverish at night, and my mind runs upon old times. The man turned towards the girl as he spoke. I had a glimpse of much red beard, and a nose which seemed to have been broken in youth, and his light eyes seemed shining in his face with some strong and unpleasant emotion. But these 2 passed on and were admitted in their turn to the pavilion. One by one, or in groups, the seamen returned to the beach. The wind brought me the sound of a rough voice crying, "Shove off!" Then, after a pause, another lantern drew near. It was Northmour alone. My wife and I, a man and a woman, have often agreed to wonder how a person could be, at the same time, so handsome and so repulsive as Northmour. He had the appearance of a finished gentleman. His face bore every mark of intelligence and courage, but you had only to look at him, even in his most amiable moment, to see that he had the temper of a slave captain. I never knew a character that was both explosive and revengeful to the same degree. He combined the vivacity of the South with the sustained and deadly hatreds of the North, and both traits were plainly written on his face, which was a sort of danger signal. In person, he was tall, strong, and active. His hair and complexion very dark, his features handsomely designed, but spoiled by a menacing expression. At that moment, he was somewhat paler than by nature. He wore a heavy frown, and his lips worked, and he looked sharply round as he walked, like a man besieged with apprehensions. And yet I thought he had a look of triumph underlying all, as though he had already done much, and was near the end of an achievement, partly from a scruple of delicacy, which I dare say came too late, partly from the pleasure of startling an acquaintance. I desired to make my presence known to him without delay. I got suddenly to my feet and stepped forward. "Northmour," said I, I have never had so shocking a surprise in all my days. He leapt on me without a word. Something shone in his hand, and he struck for my heart with a dagger. At the same moment, I knocked him head over heels. Whether it was my quickness or his own uncertainty, I know not. But the blade only grazed my shoulder, while the hilt and his fist struck me violently on the mouth. I fled, but not far. I had often observed the capabilities of the sandhills for protracted ambush or stealthy advances and retreats, and not 10 yards from the scene of the scuffle plumped down again upon the grass. The lantern had fallen and gone out. But what was my astonishment to see Northmour slip at a bound into the pavilion, and hear him bar the door behind him with a clang of iron. He had not pursued me. He had run away. Northmour, whom I knew for the most implacable and daring of men, had run away. I could scarce believe my reason. And yet in this strange business, where all was incredible, there was nothing to make a work about in an incredibility more or less. For why was the pavilion secretly prepared? Why had Northmour landed with his guests at dead of night, in half a gale of wind, and with the floe scarce covered? Why had he sought to kill me? Had he not recognized my voice? I wondered. And above all, how had he come to have a dagger ready in his hand? A dagger, or even a sharp knife, seemed out of keeping with the age in which we lived. And a gentleman, landing from his yacht on the shore of his own estate, even although it was at night and with some mysterious circumstances, does not usually, as a matter of fact, walk thus prepared for deadly onslaught. The more I reflected, the further I felt at sea. I recapitulated the elements of mystery, counting them on my fingers. The pavilion secretly prepared for guests. The guests landed at the risk of their lives and to the imminent peril of the yacht. The guests, or at least one of them, in undisguised and seemingly causeless terror. Northmour, with a naked weapon. Northmour stabbing his most intimate acquaintance at a word. Last, and not least strange, Northmour fleeing from the man whom he had sought to murder, and barricading himself like a hunted creature behind the door of the pavilion. Here were at least 6 separate causes for extreme surprise, each part and parcel with the others, and forming altogether one consistent story. I felt almost ashamed to believe my own senses. As I thus stood transfixed with wonder, I began to grow painfully conscious of the injuries I had received in the scuffle, skulked round among the sandhills, and by a devious path regained the shelter of the wood. On the way, the old nurse passed again, within several yards of me, still carrying her lantern, on the return journey to the mansion house of Graydon. This made a 7th suspicious feature in the case. Northmour and his guests, it appeared, were to cook and do the cleaning for themselves, while the old woman continued to inhabit the big empty barrack among the policies. There must surely be great cause for secrecy, when so many inconveniences were confronted to preserve it. So thinking, I made my way to the den. For greater security, I trod out the embers of the fire and lit my lantern to examine the wound upon my shoulder. It was a trifling hurt, although it bled somewhat freely, and I dressed it as well as I could, for its position made it difficult to reach, with some rag and cold water from the spring. While I was thus busied, I mentally declared war against Northmour and his mystery. I am not an angry man by nature, and I believe there was more curiosity than resentment in my heart. But war I certainly declared, and by way of preparation I got out my revolver, and having drawn the charges, cleaned and reloaded it, with scrupulous care. Next, I became preoccupied about my horse. It might break loose or fall to neighing, and so betray my camp in the seaward. I determined to rid myself of its neighborhood, and long before dawn, I was leading it over the links in the direction of the fisher village. Chapter 3 tells how I became acquainted with my wife. For 2 days, I skulked round the pavilion, profiting by the uneven surface of the links. I became an adept in the necessary tactics. These low hillocks and shallow dells, running one into another, became a kind of cloak of darkness for my enthralling, but perhaps dishonourable pursuit. Yet, in spite of this advantage, I could learn but little of Northmour or his guests. Fresh provisions were brought under cover of darkness by the old woman from the mansion house. Northmour and the young lady, sometimes together, but more often singly, would walk for an hour or two at a time on the beach beside the quicksand. I could not but conclude that this promenade was chosen with an eye to secrecy, for the spot was open only to the seaward, but it suited me not less excellently. The highest and most accidented of the sandhills immediately adjoined, and from these, lying flat in a hollow, I could overlook Northmour or the young lady as they walked. The tall man seemed to have disappeared. Not only did he never cross the threshold, but he never so much as showed face at a window, or at least, not so far as I could see, for I dared not creep forward beyond a certain distance in the day, since the upper floor commanded the bottoms of the links. And at night, when I could venture farther, the lower windows were barricaded as if to stand a siege. Sometimes I thought the tall man must be confined to bed, for I remembered the feebleness of his gait, and sometimes I thought he must have gone clear away, and that Northmour and the young lady remained alone together in the pavilion. The idea even then displeased me. Whether or not this pair were man and wife, I had seen abundant reason to doubt the friendliness of their relation, although I could hear nothing of what they said, and rarely so much as glean a decided expression on the face of either. There was a distance, almost a stiffness, in their bearing, which showed them to be either unfamiliar or at enmity. The girl walked faster when she was with Northmour than when she was alone, and I conceived that any inclination between a man and a woman would rather delay than accelerate the step. Moreover, she kept a good yard free of him, and trailed her umbrella as if it were a barrier on the side between them. Northmour kept sidling closer, and as the girl retired from his advance, their course lay at a sort of diagonal across the beach, and would have landed them in the surf had it been long enough continued. But when it was imminent, the girl would unostentatiously change sides and put Northmour between her and the sea. I watched these manoeuvres for my part, with high enjoyment and approval, and chuckled to myself at every move. On the morning of the third day, she walked alone for some time, and I perceived, to my great concern, that she was more than once in tears. You will see that my heart was already interested more than I supposed. She had a firm, yet airy motion of the body, and carried her head with unimaginable grace. Every step was a thing to look at, and she seemed in my eyes to breathe sweetness and distinction. The day was so agreeable, being calm and sunshiny, with a tranquil sea, and yet with a healthful piquancy and vigour in the air, that, contrary to custom, she was tempted forth a second time to walk. On this occasion she was accompanied by Northmour, and they had been but a short while on the beach, when I saw him take forcible possession of her hand. She struggled, and uttered a cry that was almost a scream. I sprang to my feet, unmindful of my strange position. But, ere I had taken a step, I saw Northmour bareheaded and bowing very low, as if to apologize, and dropped again at once into my ambush. A few words were interchanged, and then with another bow, he left the beach to return to the pavilion. He passed not far from me, and I could see him, flushed and lowering, and cutting savagely with his cane among the grass. It was not without satisfaction that I recognized my own handiwork in a great cut under his right eye, and a considerable discoloration round the socket. For some time the girl remained where he had left her, looking out past the islet and over the bright sea. Then, with a start, as one who throws off preoccupation and puts energy again upon its mettle, she broke into a rapid and decisive walk. She also was much incensed by what had passed. She had forgotten where she was, and I beheld her walk straight into the borders of the quicksand, where it is most abrupt and dangerous. 2 or 3 steps farther, and her life would have been in serious jeopardy, when I slid down the face of the sandhill, which is there precipitous, and running halfway forward, called to her to stop. She did so, and turned round. There was not a tremor of fear in her behaviour, and she marched directly up to me like a queen. I was barefoot, and clad like a common sailor, save for an Egyptian scarf round my waist, and she probably took me at first for someone from the fisher village, straying after bait. As for her, when I thus saw her face to face, her eyes set steadily and imperiously upon mine, I was filled with admiration and astonishment, and thought her even more beautiful than I had looked to find her. Nor could I think enough of one who, acting with so much boldness, yet preserved a maidenly air that was both quaint and engaging. For my wife kept an old-fashioned precision of manner through all her admirable life, an excellent thing in woman, since it sets another value on her sweet familiarities. "What does this mean?" she asked. "You were walking," I told her, "directly into Graden Flow." "You do not belong to these parts," she said again. "You speak like an educated man." "I believe I have a right to that name," said I, although in this disguise. But her woman's eye had already detected the sash. "Oh," she said, "your sash betrays you." "You have said the word betray," I resumed. "May I ask you not to betray me? I was obliged to disclose myself in your interest, but if Northmour learned my presence, it might be worse than disagreeable for me." "Do you know," she asked, "to whom you're speaking?" "Not to Mr. Northmour's wife?" I asked by way of answer. She shook her head. All this while she was studying my face with an embarrassing intentness. Then she broke out. "You have an honest face. Be honest like your face, sir, and tell me what you want and what you are afraid of. Do you think I could hurt you? I believe you have far more power to injure me. And yet, you do not look unkind. What do you mean, you, a gentleman, by skulking like a spy about this desolate place? Tell me," she said. "Who is it you hate?" "I hate no one," I answered, "and I fear no one face to face. My name is Cassilis, Frank Cassilis. I led the life of a vagabond for my own good pleasure. I am one of Northmour's oldest friends, and 3 nights ago, when I addressed him on these links, he stabbed me in the shoulder with a knife." "It was you," she said. "Why he did so," I continued, disregarding the interruption, "is more than I can guess, and more than I care to know. I have not many friends, nor am I very susceptible to friendship. but no man shall drive me from a place by terror. I had camped in Graden Seaward ere he came. I camp in it still. If you think I mean harm to you or yours, madam, the remedy is in your hand. Tell him that my camp is in the hemlock den, and tonight he can stab me in safety while I sleep. With this, I doffed my cap to her, and scrambled up once more among the sandhills. I do not know why, but I felt a prodigious sense of injustice, and felt like a hero and a martyr, while as a matter of fact I had not a word to say in my defence, nor so much as one plausible reason to offer for my conduct. I had stayed at Graden out of a curiosity natural enough, but undignified, and though there was another motive growing in along with the first, it was not one which at that period I could have properly explained to the lady of my heart. Certainly, that night I thought of no one else, and though her whole conduct and position seemed suspicious, I couldn't find it in my heart to entertain a doubt of her integrity. I could have staked my life that she was clear of blame, and though all was dark at the present, that the explanation of the mystery would show her part in these events to be both right and needful. It was true, let me cudgel my imagination as I pleased, that I could invent no theory of her relations to Northmour. But I felt none the less sure of my conclusion, because it was founded on instinct in place of reason, and, as I may say, went to sleep that night with the thought of her under my pillow. Next day, she came out about the same hour alone, and as soon as the sandhills concealed her from the pavilion, drew nearer to the edge and called me by name in guarded tones. I was astonished to observe that she was deadly pale, and seemingly under the influence of strong emotion. "Mr. Cassilis," she cried, "Mr. Cassilis." I appeared at once and leapt down upon the beach. A remarkable air of relief overspread her countenance as soon as she saw me. "Oh," she cried, with a hoarse sound, like one whose bosom has been lightened of weight, and then, "Thank God, you are still safe," she added. "I knew if you were, you would be here." Was not this strange? So swiftly and wisely does nature prepare our hearts for these great lifelong intimacies, that both my wife and I have been given a presentiment on this the second day of our acquaintance. I had even then hoped that she would seek me. She had felt sure that she would find me. "Do not," she went on swiftly, "do not stay in this place. Promise me that you will sleep no longer in that wood. You do not know how I suffer. All last night I could not sleep for thinking of your peril." "Peril," I repeated. "Peril from whom? From Northmour?" "Not so," she said. "Did you think I would tell him after what you said?" "Not from Northmour," I repeated. "Then how? From whom? I see none to be afraid of." "You must not ask me," was her reply, "for I am not free to tell you. Only believe me and go hence. Believe me and go away quickly, quickly, for your life." An appeal to his alarm is never a good plan to rid oneself of a spirited young man. My obstinacy was but increased by what she said, and I made it a point of honour to remain. And her solicitude for my safety still more confirmed me in the resolve. "You must not think me inquisitive, madam," I replied. "But if Graden is so dangerous a place, you yourself perhaps remain here at some risk." She only looked at me reproachfully. "You and your father," I resumed, but she interrupted me almost with a gasp. "My father? How do you know that?" she cried. "I saw you together when you landed," was my answer, and I do not know why, but it seemed satisfactory to both of us, as indeed it was the truth. "But," I continued, "you need have no fear from me. I see you have some reason to be secret, and you may believe me, Your secret is as safe with me as if I were in Graden Flow. I have scarce spoken to anyone for years. My horse is my only companion, and even he, poor beast, is not beside me. You see, then, you may count on me for silence. So tell me the truth, my dear young lady. Are you not in danger? Mr. Northmour says you are an honourable man, she returned, and I believe it when I see you. I will tell you so much. You are right. We are in dreadful, dreadful danger, and you share it by remaining where you are. Ah, said I, you have heard of me from Northmour, and he gives me a good character. I asked him about you last night, was her reply. I pretended. She hesitated. I pretended to have met you long ago and spoken to you of him. It was not true, but I could not help myself without betraying you, and you had put me in a difficulty. He praised you highly. And you may permit me one question. Does this danger come from Northmour? I asked. From Mr. Northmour? She cried. Oh no, he stays with us to share it. While you propose that I should run away, I said, you do not rate me very high. Why should you stay? She asked. You are no friend of ours. I know not what came over me, for I had not been conscious of a similar weakness since I was a child. But I was so mortified by this retort that my eyes pricked and filled with tears as I continued to gaze upon her face. No, no, she said, in a changed voice. I did not mean the words unkindly. It was I who offended, I said, and I held out my hand with a look of appeal that somehow touched her, for she gave me hers at once, and even eagerly. I held it for a while in mine and gazed into her eyes. It was she who first tore her hand away, and forgetting all about her request and the promise she had sought to extort, ran at the top of her speed, and without turning, till she was out of sight. And then I knew that I loved her, and thought in my glad heart that she herself, was not indifferent to my suit. Many a time she has denied it in after days, but it was with a smiling and not a serious denial. For my part, I am sure our hands would not have lain so closely in each other if she had not begun to melt to me already. And when all is said, it is no great contention, since by her own avowal she began to love me on the morrow, and yet on the morrow very little took place. She came and called me down, as on the day before, upbraided me for lingering at Graden, and when she found I was still obdurate, began to ask me more particularly as to my arrival. I told her by what series of accidents I had come to witness their disembarkation, and how I had determined to remain, partly from the interest which had been wakened in me by Northmour's guests, and partly because of his own murderous attack. As to the former, I fear I was disingenuous, and led her to regard herself as having been an attraction to me from the first moment that I saw her on the links. It relieves my heart to make this confession even now, when my wife is with God, and already knows all things, and the honesty of my purpose even in this. For while she lived, although it often pricked my conscience, I had never the hardihood to undeceive her. Even a little secret, in such a married life as ours, is like the rose leaf which kept the princess from her sleep. From this, the talk branched into other subjects, and I told her much about my lonely and wandering existence. She, for her part, giving ear and saying little, although we spoke very naturally and latterly on topics that might seem indifferent. We were both sweetly agitated. Too soon it was time for her to go, and we separated as if by mutual consent, without shaking hands, for both knew that between us it was no idle ceremony. The next, and that was the 4th day of our acquaintance, we met in the same spot, but early in the morning, with much familiarity and yet much timidity on either side. When she had once more spoken about my danger, and that I understood was her excuse for coming, I, who had prepared a great deal of talk during the night, began to tell her how highly I valued her kind interest, and how no one had ever cared to hear about my life, nor had I ever cared to relate it before yesterday. Suddenly, she interrupted me, saying with vehemence, "And yet, if you knew who I was, you would not so much as speak to me." I told her such a thought was madness, and little as we had met, I counted her already a dear friend. But my protestations seemed only to make her more desperate. "My father is in hiding," she cried. "My dear," I said, forgetting for the first time to add, "young lady." What do I care? If he were in hiding 20 times over, would it make one thought of change in you? "Ah, but the cause," she cried, "the cause. It is," she faltered for a second, "it is disgraceful to us." The Sire de Malétroit's Door by Robert Louis Stevenson. Denis de Beaulieu was not yet 22, but he counted himself a grown man, and a very accomplished cavalier into the bargain. Lads were early formed in that rough, warfaring epoch, and when one has been in a pitched battle and a dozen raids, has killed one's man in an honourable fashion, and knows a thing or two of strategy and mankind, a certain swagger in the gait is surely to be pardoned. He had put up his horse with due care, and supped with due deliberation, and then, in a very agreeable frame of mind, went out to pay a visit in the grey of the evening. It was not a very wise proceeding on the young man's part. He would have done better to remain beside the fire, or go decently to bed. For the town was full of the troops of Burgundy and England, under a mixed command. And though Denis was there on safe conduct, his safe conduct was like to serve him little on a chance encounter. It was September, 1429. The weather had fallen sharp. A flighty piping wind, laden with showers, beat about the township, and the dead leaves ran riot along the streets. Here and there, a window was already lighted up, and the noise of men-at-arms making merry over supper within came forth in fits, and was swallowed up and carried away by the wind. The night fell swiftly. The flag of England, fluttering on the spire top, grew ever fainter and fainter against the flying clouds, a black speck like a swallow in the tumultuous, leaden chaos of the sky. As the night fell, the wind rose, and began to hoot under archways, and roar amid the tree-tops in the valley below the town. Denis de Beaulieu walked fast, and was soon knocking at his friend's door. But though he promised himself to stay only a little while and make an early return, his welcome was so pleasant, and he found so much to delay him, that it was already long past midnight before he said goodbye upon the threshold. The wind had fallen again in the meanwhile. The night was as black as the grave. Not a star, nor a glimmer of moonshine, slipped through the canopy of cloud. Denis was ill acquainted with the intricate lanes of Château Landon. Even by daylight he had found some trouble in picking his way, and in this absolute darkness he soon lost it altogether. He was certain of one thing only, to keep mounting the hill, for his friend's house lay at the lower end or tail of Château Landon, while the inn was up at the head under the great church spire. With this clue to go upon, he stumbled and groped forward, now breathing more freely in open places where there was a good slice of sky overhead, now feeling along the wall in stifling closes. It is an eerie and mysterious position to be thus submerged in opaque blackness in an almost unknown town. The silence is terrifying in its possibilities. The touch of cold window bars to the exploring hand startles the man like the touch of a toad. The inequalities of the pavement shake his heart into his mouth. A piece of denser darkness threatens an ambuscade or a chasm in the pathway. And where the air is brighter, the houses put on strange and bewildering appearances, as if to lead him farther from his way. For Dennis, who had to regain his inn without attracting notice, there was real danger as well as mere discomfort in the walk. And he went warily and boldly at once, and at every corner paused to make an observation. He had been for some time threading a lane so narrow that he could touch a wall with either hand when it began to open out and go sharply downward. Plainly, this lay no longer in the direction of his inn, but the hope of a little more light tempted him forward to reconnoitre. The lane ended in a terrace with a bartizan wall, which gave an outlook between high houses, as out of an embrasure, into the valley lying dark and formless, several 100 feet below. Dennis looked down, and could discern a few treetops waving, and a single speck of brightness, where the river ran across a weir. The weather was clearing up, and the sky had lightened, so as to show the outline of the heavier clouds and the dark margin of the hills. By the uncertain glimmer, the house on his left hand should be a place of some pretensions. It was surmounted by several pinnacles and turret tops. The round stern of a chapel, with a fringe of flying buttresses, projected boldly from the main block, and the door was sheltered under a deep porch carved with figures and overhung by 2 long gargoyles. The windows of the chapel gleamed through their intricate tracery with a light as of many tapers, and throughout the buttresses and the peaked roof, in a more intense blackness against the sky. It was plainly the hotel of some great family of the neighborhood, and as it reminded Dennis of a townhouse of his own at Bourges, he stood for some time gazing up at it and mentally gauging the skill of the architects and the consideration of the 2 families. There seemed to be no issue to the terrace, but the lane by which he had reached it. He could only retrace his steps, but he had gained some notion of his whereabouts, and hoped by this means to hit the main thoroughfare and speedily regain the inn. He was reckoning without that chapter of accidents, which was to make this night memorable above all others in his career. For he had not gone back above 100 yards before he saw a light coming to meet him, and heard loud voices speaking together in the echoing narrows of the lane. It was a party of men-at-arms going the night round with torches. Dennis assured himself that they had all been making free with the wine bowl, and were in no mood to be particular about safe conducts or the niceties of chivalrous war. It was as like as not that they would kill him like a dog and leave him where he fell. The situation was inspiriting, but nervous. Their own torches would conceal him from sight, he reflected, and he hoped that they would drown the noise of his footsteps with their own empty voices. If he were but fleet and silent, he might evade their notice altogether. Unfortunately, as he turned to beat a retreat, his foot rolled upon a pebble. He fell against the wall with an ejaculation, and his sword rang loudly on the stones. 2 or 3 voices demanded who went there, some in French, some in English. But Dennis made no reply, and ran the faster down the lane. Once upon the terrace, he paused to look back. They still kept calling after him, and just then began to double the pace in pursuit, with a considerable clank of armour and great tossing of a torchlight to and fro in the narrow jaws of the passage. Dennis cast a look around and darted into the porch. There he might escape observation, or, if that were too much to expect, was in a capital posture, whether for parley or defence. So thinking, he drew his sword and tried to set his back against the door. To his surprise, it yielded behind his weight, and though he turned in a moment, continued to swing back on oiled and noiseless hinges, until it stood wide open on a black interior. When things fall out opportunely for the person concerned, he is not apt to be critical about the how or why, his own immediate personal convenience seeming a sufficient reason for the strangest oddities and revolutions in our sublunary things. And so Dennis, without a moment's hesitation, stepped within and partly closed the door behind him to conceal his place of refuge. Nothing was further from his thoughts than to close it altogether. But for some inexplicable reason, perhaps by a spring or a weight, the ponderous mass of oak whipped itself out of his fingers and clanked to, with a formidable rumble and a noise like the falling of an automatic bar. The round, at that very moment, debouched upon the terrace and proceeded to summon him with shouts and curses. He heard them ferreting in the dark corners. The stock of a lance even rattled along the outer surface of the door behind which he stood. But these gentlemen were in too high a humour to be long delayed, and soon made off down a corkscrew pathway which had escaped Dennis's observation, and passed out of sight and hearing along the battlements of the town. Denny breathed again. He gave them a few minutes' grace for fear of accidents, and then groped about for some means of opening the door and slipping forth again. The inner surface was quite smooth, not a handle, not a moulding, not a projection of any sort. He got his fingernails around the edges and pulled, but the mass was immovable. He shook it. It was as firm as a rock. Denis de Beaulieu frowned and gave vent to a little noiseless whistle. What ailed the door? He wondered. Why was it open? How came it to shut so easily and so effectually after him? There was something obscure and underhand about all this that was little to the young man's fancy. It looked like a snare, and yet who could suppose a snare in such a quiet by-street and in a house of so prosperous and even noble an exterior? And yet, snare or no snare, intentionally or unintentionally, here he was, prettily trapped, and for the life of him he could see no way out of it again. The darkness began to weigh upon him. He gave ear. All was silent without, but within and close by he seemed to catch a faint sighing, a faint sobbing rustle, a little stealthy creak, as though many persons were at his side, holding themselves quite still, and governing even their respiration with the extreme of slyness. The idea went to his vitals with a shock, and he faced about suddenly as if to defend his life. Then, for the first time, he became aware of a light about the level of his eyes and at some distance in the interior of the house. A vertical thread of light, widening towards the bottom, such as might escape between two wings of Arras over a doorway. To see anything was a relief to Dennis. It was like a piece of solid ground to a man labouring in a morass. His mind seized upon it with avidity, and he stood staring at it and trying to piece together some logical conception of his surroundings. plainly there was a flight of steps ascending from his own level to that of this illuminated doorway. And indeed, he thought he could make out another thread of light, as fine as a needle and as faint as phosphorescence, which might very well be reflected along the polished wood of a handrail. Since he had begun to suspect that he was not alone, his heart had continued to beat with smothering violence, and an intolerable desire for action of any sort had possessed itself of his spirit. He was in deadly peril, he believed. What could be more natural than to mount the staircase, lift the curtain, and confront his difficulty at once? At least he would be dealing with something tangible. At least he would be no longer in the dark. He stepped slowly forward with outstretched hands until his foot struck the bottom step. Then he rapidly scaled the stairs, stood for a moment to compose his expression, lifted the arras and went in. He found himself in a large apartment of polished stone. There were 3 doors, one on each of 3 sides, all similarly curtained with tapestry. The 4th side was occupied by 2 large windows, a great stone chimney-piece, carved with the arms of the Malétroit. Denis recognized the bearings and was gratified to find himself in such good hands. The room was strongly illuminated, but it contained little furniture except a heavy table and a chair or 2. The hearth was innocent of fire, and the pavement was but sparsely strewn with rushes clearly many days old. On a high chair beside the chimney, and directly facing Denis as he entered, sat a little old gentleman in a fur tippet. He sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded, and a cup of spiced wine stood by his elbow on a bracket on the wall. His countenance had a strongly masculine cast, not properly human, but such as we see in the bull, the goat, or the domestic boar. Something equivocal and wheedling, something greedy, brutal, and dangerous. The upper lip was inordinately full, as though swollen by a blow or a toothache, and the smile, the peaked eyebrows, and the small, strong eyes were quaintly and almost comically evil in expression. Beautiful white hair hung straight all round his head like a saint's, and fell in a single curl upon the tippet. His beard and moustache were the pink of venerable sweetness. Age, probably in consequence of inordinate precautions, had left no mark upon his hands, and the Malétroit hand was famous. It would be difficult to imagine anything at once so fleshy and so delicate in design. The taper, sensual fingers were like those of one of Leonardo's women. The fork of the thumb made a dimpled protuberance when closed. The nails were perfectly shaped, and of a dead, surprising whiteness. It rendered his aspect tenfold more redoubtable that a man with hands like these should keep them devoutly folded like a virgin martyr. That a man with so intent and startling an expression of face should sit patiently on his seat and contemplate people with an unwinking stare, like a god or a god statue. His quiescence seemed ironical and treacherous. It fitted so poorly with his looks. Such was Alain, Sire de Malétroit. Denis and he looked silently at each other for a second or 2. "Pray step in," said the Sire de Malétroit. "I have been expecting you all the evening." He had not risen, but he accompanied his words with a smile and a slight but courteous inclination of the head. Partly from the smile, partly from the strange musical murmur with which the sire prefaced his observation, Denis felt a strong shudder of disgust go through his marrow, and what with disgust and honest confusion of mind, he could scarcely get words together in reply. "I fear," he said, "that this is a double accident. I am not the person you suppose me. It seems you were looking for a visit, but for my part, nothing was further from my thoughts. Nothing could be more contrary to my wishes than this intrusion." "Well, well," replied the old gentleman indulgently. "Here you are, which is the main point. Seat yourself, my friend, and put yourself entirely at your ease. We shall arrange our little affairs presently." Dennis perceived that the matter was still complicated with some misconception, and he hastened to continue his explanations. "Your door," he began. "About my door?" asked the other, raising his peaked eyebrows. A little piece of ingenuity, and he shrugged his shoulders. "A hospitable fancy. By your own account, you are not desirous of making my acquaintance. We old people look for such reluctance now and then. When it touches our honor, we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. You arrive uninvited, but believe me, very welcome." "You persist in error, sir," said Denis. "There can be no question between you and me. I am a stranger in this countryside. My name is Denis, Damoiseau de Beaulieu. If you see me in your house, it is only—" "My young friend," interrupted the other, "you will permit me to have my own ideas on that subject. They probably differ from yours at the present moment," he added with a leer, "but time will show which of us is in the right." Dennis was convinced he had to do with a lunatic. He seated himself with a shrug, content to wait the upshot, and a pause ensued, during which he thought he could distinguish a hurried gabbling, as of prayer, from behind the arras, immediately opposite him. Sometimes there seemed to be but one person engaged, sometimes two, and the vehemence of the voice, low as it was, seemed to indicate either great haste or an agony of spirit. It occurred to him that this piece of tapestry covered the entrance to the chapel he had noticed from without. The old gentleman meanwhile surveyed Dennis from head to foot with a smile, and from time to time emitted little noises like a bird or a mouse, which seemed to indicate a high degree of satisfaction. This state of matters became rapidly insupportable, and Dennis, to put an end to it, remarked politely that the wind had gone down. The old gentleman fell into a fit of silent laughter, so prolonged and violent that he became quite red in the face. Dennis got upon his feet at once and put on his hat with a flourish. "Sir," he said, "if you are in your wits, you have affronted me grossly. If you are out of them, I flatter myself I can find better employment for my brains than to talk with lunatics. My conscience is clear. You have made a fool of me from the first moment. You have refused to hear my explanations, and now there is no power under God will make me stay here any longer. And if I cannot make my way out in a more decent fashion, I will hack your door in pieces with my sword." The Sire de Malétroit raised his right hand and wagged it at Denis with a fore and little fingers extended. "My dear nephew," he said, "sit down." "Nephew," retorted Dennis, "you lie in your throat," and he snapped his fingers in his face. "Sit down, you rogue," cried the old gentleman in a sudden harsh voice, like the barking of a dog. "Do you fancy," he went on, "that when I had made my little contrivance for the door, I had stopped short with that? If you prefer to be bound hand and foot till your bones ache, rise and try to go away. If you choose to remain a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, why, sit where you are in peace, and God be with you." "Do you mean I am a prisoner?" demanded Dennis. "I state the facts," replied the other. "I would rather leave the conclusion to yourself." Dennis sat down again. Externally he managed to keep pretty calm, but within he was now boiling with anger, now chilled with apprehension. He no longer felt convinced that he was dealing with a madman. And if the old gentleman was sane, what, in God's name, had he to look for? What absurd or tragical adventure had befallen him? What countenance was he to assume? While he was thus unpleasantly reflecting, the arras that overhung the chapel door was raised, and a tall priest in his robes came forth, and, giving a long, keen stare at Denis, said something in an undertone to Sire de Malétroit. "She is in a better frame of spirit?" asked the latter. "She is more resigned, monsieur," replied the priest. "Now, the Lord help her, she is hard to please," sneered the old gentleman. "A likely stripling, not ill-born, and of her own choosing too. Why, what more would the jade have?" "The situation is not usual for a young damsel," said the other, and somewhat trying to her blushes. "She should have thought of that before she began the dance. It was none of my choosing, God knows that. But since she is in it, by Our Lady, she shall carry it to the end." And then, addressing Denis, "Monsieur de Beaulieu," he asked, "may I present you to my niece? She has been waiting your arrival, I may say, with even greater impatience than myself." Denis had resigned himself with a good grace. All he desired was to know the worst of it as speedily as possible. So he rose at once and bowed in acquiescence. The Sire de Malétroit followed his example and limped, with the assistance of the chaplain's arm, towards the chapel door. The priest pulled aside the arras, and all three entered. The building had considerable architectural pretensions. A light groining sprang from 6 stout columns, and hung down in 2 rich pendants from the centre of the vault. The place terminated behind the altar in a round end, embossed and honeycombed, with a superfluity of ornament in relief, and pierced by many little windows, shaped like stars, trefoils, or wheels. These windows were imperfectly glazed, so that the night air circulated freely in the chapel. The tapers, of which there must have been 100 burning on the altar, were unmercifully blown about, and the light went through many different phases of brilliancy and semi-eclipse. On the steps in front of the altar knelt a young girl richly attired as a bride. A chill settled over Denis as he observed her costume. He fought with desperate energy against the conclusion that was being thrust upon his mind. It should not be as he feared. "Blanche," said the sire in his most flute-like tones, "I have brought a friend to see you, my little girl. Turn round and give him your pretty hand. It is good to be devout, but it is necessary to be polite, my niece." The girl rose to her feet and turned toward the now-comers. She moved all of a piece, and shame and exhaustion were expressed in every line of her fresh young body. And she held her head down, and kept her eyes upon the pavement, as she came slowly forward. In the course of her advance, her eyes fell upon Denis de Beaulieu's feet of which he was justly vain, be it remarked, and wore in the most elegant accoutrement even while travelling. She paused, started as if his yellow boots had conveyed some shocking meaning, and glanced suddenly up into the wearer's countenance. Their eyes met. Shame gave place to horror and terror in her looks. The blood left her lips. With a piercing scream, she covered her face with her hands and sank upon the chapel floor. "That is not the man," she cried. "My uncle, that is not the man." The Sire de Malétroit chirped agreeably. "Of course not," he said. "I expected as much. It was so unfortunate you could not remember his name." Indeed, she cried. Indeed, I have never seen this person till this moment. I have never so much as set eyes upon him. I never wish to see him again. Sir, she said, turning to Dennis, if you are a gentleman, you will bear me out. Have I ever seen you? Have you ever seen me before this accursed hour? To speak for myself, I have never had that pleasure, answered the young man. This is the first time, monsieur, that I have met with your engaging niece. The old gentleman shrugged his shoulders. I am distressed to hear it, he said, but it is never too late to begin. I had little more acquaintance with my own late lady ere I married her, which proves, he added with a grimace, that these impromptu marriages may often produce an excellent understanding in the long run. As the bridegroom is to have a voice in the matter, I will give him 2 hours to make up for lost time before we proceed with the ceremony. And he turned toward the door, followed by the clergyman. The girl was on her feet in a moment. My uncle, you cannot be in earnest, she said. I declare before God I will stab myself rather than be forced on that young man. The heart rises at it. God forbid such marriages. You dishonor your white hair. Oh, my uncle, pity me. There is not a woman in all the world but would prefer death to such a nuptial. Is it possible, she added, faltering, is it possible that you do not believe me, that you still think this? And she pointed at Denny with a tremor of anger and contempt. That you still think this to be the man? Frankly, said the old gentleman, pausing on the threshold, I do. But let me explain to you once for all, Blanche de Malétroit, my way of thinking about this affair. When you took it into your head to dishonor my family and the name that I have borne, in peace and war, for more than 60 years, you forfeited not only the right to question my designs, but that of looking me in the face. If your father had been alive, he would have spat on you and turned you out of doors. His was the hand of iron. You may bless your God you have only to deal with the hand of velvet, mademoiselle. It was my duty to get you married without delay. Out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your own gallant for you, and I believe I have succeeded. But before God and all the holy angels, Blanche de Malétroit, if I have not, I care not one jackstraw. So let me recommend you to be polite to our young friend, for upon my word, your next groom may be less appetizing. And with that, he went out with the chaplain at his heels, and the arras fell behind the pair. The girl turned upon Dennis with flashing eyes. And what, sir, she demanded, may be the meaning of all this? God knows, returned Dennis gloomily. I am a prisoner in this house which seems full of mad people. More I know not, and nothing do I understand. And pray, how came you here? She asked. He told her as briefly as he could. For the rest, he added, perhaps you will follow my example, and tell me the answer to all these riddles, and what in God's name is like to be the end of it. She stood silent for a little, and he could see her lips tremble and her tearless eyes burn with a feverish luster. Then she pressed her forehead in both hands. Alas, how my head aches, she said wearily, to say nothing of my poor heart. But it is due to you to know my story, unmaidenly as it must seem. I am called Blanche de Malétroit. I have been without father or mother for as long as I can recollect, and indeed I have been most unhappy all my life. 3 months ago, a young captain began to stand near me every day in church. I could see that I pleased him. I am much to blame, but I was so glad that anyone should love me. And when he passed me a letter, I took it home with me and read it with great pleasure. Since that time he has written many. He was so anxious to speak with me, poor fellow, and kept asking me to leave the door open some evening, that we might have 2 words upon the stair. For he knew how much my uncle trusted me. She gave something like a sob at that, and it was a moment before she could go on. My uncle is a hard man, but he is very shrewd, she said at last. He has performed many feats in war, and was a great person at court, and much trusted by Queen Isabeau in old days. How he came to suspect me I cannot tell, but it is hard to keep anything from his knowledge. And this morning, as we came from Mass, he took my hand into his, forced it open, and read my little billet, walking by my side all the while. When he finished, he gave it back to me with great politeness. It contained another request to have the door left open, and this has been the ruin of us all. My uncle kept me strictly in my room until evening, and then ordered me to dress myself as you see me. A hard mockery for a young girl, do you not think so? I suppose, when he could not prevail with me to tell him the young captain's name, he must have laid a trap for him, into which, alas, you have fallen in the anger of God. I looked for much confusion, for how could I tell whether he was willing to take me for his wife on these sharp terms? He might have been trifling with me from the first, or I might have made myself too cheap in his eyes. But truly, I had not looked for such a shameful punishment as this. I could not think that God would let a girl be so disgraced before a young man. And now I tell you all, and I can scarcely hope that you will not despise me. Denis made her a respectful inclination. Madam, he said, you have honored me by your confidence. It remains for me to prove that I am not unworthy of the honor. Is Messire de Malétroit at hand? I believe he is writing in the salle without, she answered. May I lead you thither, madam? Asked Denis, offering his hand with his most courtly bearing. She accepted it, and the pair passed out of the chapel, Blanche in a very drooping and shamefast condition, but Denis strutting and ruffling in the consciousness of a mission and the boyish certainty of accomplishing it with honor. The Sire de Malétroit rose to meet them with an ironical obeisance. Sir, said Denis with the grandest possible air, I believe I am to have some say in the matter of this marriage, and let me tell you at once, I will be no party to forcing the inclination of this young lady. Had it been freely offered to me, I should have been proud to accept her hand, for I perceive she is as good as she is beautiful. But as things are, I have now the honor, Messieurs, of refusing. Blanche looked at him with gratitude in her eyes. But the old gentleman only smiled and smiled, until his smile grew positively sickening to Denis. I am afraid, he said, Monsieur de Beaulieu, that you do not perfectly understand the choice I have offered you. Follow me, I beseech you, to this window. And he led the way to one of the large windows which stood open on the night. You observe, he went on, there is an iron ring in the upper masonry, and reeved through that a very efficacious rope. Now, mark my words. If you should find your disinclination to my niece's person insurmountable, I shall have you hanged out of this window before sunrise. I shall only proceed to such an extremity with the greatest regret, you may believe me, for it is not at all your death that I desire, but my niece's establishment in life. At the same time, it must come to that if you prove obstinate. Your family, Monsieur de Beaulieu is very well in his way, but if you sprang from Charlemagne, you should not refuse the hand of a Malétroit with impunity, not if she had been as common as the Paris road, not if she were as hideous as the gargoyle over my door. Neither my niece nor you, nor my own private feelings, move me at all in this matter. The honor of my house has been compromised. I believe you to be the guilty person. At least you are now in the secret. And you can hardly wonder if I request you to wipe out the stain. If you will not, your blood be on your own head. It will be no great satisfaction to me to have your interesting relics kicking their heels in the breeze below my windows, but half a loaf is better than no bread, and if I cannot cure the dishonor, I shall at least stop the scandal. There was a pause. I believe there are other ways of settling such imbroglios among gentlemen, said Denis. You wear a sword, and I hear you have used it with distinction. The Sire de Malétroit made a signal to the chaplain, who crossed the room with long, silent strides, and raised the arras over the third of the 3 doors. It was only a moment before he let it fall again, but Denis had time to see a dusky passage full of armed men. When I was a little younger, I should have been delighted to honor you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, said Sire Alain. But I am now too old. Faithful retainers are the sinews of age, and I must employ the strength I have. This is one of the hardest things to swallow as a man grows up in years. But with a little patience, even this becomes habitual. You and the lady seem to prefer the salle for what remains of your 2 hours. And as I have no desire to cross your preference, I shall resign it to your use with all the pleasure in the world. No haste, he added, holding up his hand, as he saw a dangerous look come into Denis de Beaulieu's face. If your mind revolt against hanging, it will be time enough 2 hours hence to throw yourself out of the window or upon the pikes of my retainers. 2 hours of life are always 2 hours. A great many things may turn up in even as little a while as that. And besides, if I understand her appearance, my niece has something to say to you. You will not disfigure your last hours by a want of politeness to a lady. Denis looked at Blanche, and she made him an imploring gesture. It is likely that the old gentleman was hugely pleased at this symptom of an understanding, for he smiled on both and added sweetly, If you will give me your word of honor, Monsieur de Beaulieu, to await my return at the end of the 2 hours before attempting anything desperate, I shall withdraw my retainers, and let you speak in greater privacy with Mademoiselle. Denis again glanced at the girl, who seemed to beseech him to agree. I give you my word of honor, he said. Monsieur de Malétroit bowed, and proceeded to limp about the apartment, clearing his throat the while with that odd musical chirp, which had already grown so irritating in the ears of Denis de Beaulieu. He first possessed himself of some papers which lay upon the table. Then he went to the mouth of the passage and appeared to give an order to the men behind the arras. And lastly, he hobbled out through the door by which Denis had come in, turning upon the threshold to address a last smiling bow to the young couple, and followed by the chaplain with a hand lamp. No sooner were they alone than Blanche advanced towards Denis with her hands extended. Her face was flushed and excited, and her eyes shone with tears. You shall not die, she cried. You shall marry me after all. You seem to think, madam, replied Denis, that I stand much in fear of death. Oh, no, no, she said. I see you are no poltroon. It is for my own sake. I could not bear to have you slain for such a scruple." "I am afraid," returned Denis, "that you underrate the difficulty, madam. What you may be too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. In a moment of noble feeling towards me, you forgot what you perhaps owe to others." He had the decency to keep his eyes on the floor as he said this, and after he had finished, so as not to spy upon her confusion. She stood silent for a moment, then walked suddenly away, and falling on her uncle's chair, fairly burst out sobbing. Denis was in the acme of embarrassment. He looked round, as if to seek for inspiration, and seeing a stool, plumped down upon it for something to do. There he sat, playing with the guard of his rapier, and wishing himself dead 1,000 times over, and buried in the nastiest kitchen heap in France. His eyes wandered round the apartment, but found nothing to arrest them. There were such wide spaces between the furniture, the light fell so badly and cheerlessly over all. The dark outside air looked in so coldly through the windows, that he thought he had never seen a church so vast, nor a tomb so melancholy. The regular sobs of Blanche de Malétroit measured out the time like the ticking of a clock. He read the device upon the shield over and over again, until his eyes became obscured. He stared into shadowy corners until he imagined they were swarming with horrible animals, and every now and again he awoke with a start, to remember that his last 2 hours were running, and death was on the march. Oftener and oftener, as the time went on, did his glance settle on the girl herself. Her face was bowed forward and covered with her hands, and she was shaken at intervals by the convulsive hiccup of grief. Even thus, she was not an unpleasant object to dwell upon, so plump and yet so fine, with a warm brown skin, and the most beautiful hair, Denis thought, in the whole world of womankind. Her hands were like her uncle's, but they were more in place at the end of her young arms, and looked infinitely soft and caressing. He remembered how her blue eyes had shone upon him, full of anger, pity, and innocence. And the more he dwelt on her perfections, the uglier death looked, and the more deeply was he smitten with penitence at her continued tears. Now he felt that no man could have the courage to leave a world which contained so beautiful a creature. And now he would have given 40 minutes of his last hour to have unsaid his cruel speech. Suddenly, a hoarse and ragged peal of cockcrow rose to their ears from the dark valley below the windows, and this shattering noise in the silence of all around was like a light in a dark place, and shook them both out of their reflections. "Alas, can I do nothing to help you?" she said, looking up. "Madam," replied Denis with a fine irrelevancy, "if I have said anything to wound you, believe me, it was for your own sake and not for mine." She thanked him with a tearful look. "I feel your position cruelly," he went on. "The world has been bitter hard on you. Your uncle is a disgrace to mankind. Believe me, madam, there is no young gentleman in all France but would be glad of my opportunity to die in doing you a momentary service." "I know already that you can be very brave and generous," she answered. "What I want to know is whether I can serve you, now or afterwards," she added with a quaver. "Most certainly," he answered with a smile. "Let me sit beside you as if I were a friend, instead of a foolish intruder. Try to forget how awkwardly we are placed to one another. Make my last moments go pleasantly, and you will do me the chief service possible. You are very gallant," she added with a yet deeper sadness. "Very gallant? and it somehow pains me. But draw nearer, if you please, and if you find anything to say to me, you will at least make certain of a very friendly listener." "Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu," she broke forth. "Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu, how can I look you in the face?" And she fell to weeping again with renewed effusion. "Madame," said Denis, taking her hand in both of his, "reflect on the little time I have before me, and the great bitterness into which I am cast by the sight of your distress. Spare me, in my last moments, the spectacle of what I cannot cure even with the sacrifice of my life." "I am very selfish," answered Blanche. "I will be braver, Monsieur de Beaulieu, for your sake. But think if I can do you no kindness in the future, if you have no friends to whom I could carry your adieu. Charge me as heavily as you can. Every burden will lighten by so little the invaluable gratitude I owe you. Put it in my power to do something more for you than weep. My mother is married again, and has a young family to care for. My brother Guichard will inherit my fiefs, and if I am not in error, that will content him amply for my death. Life is a little vapour that passeth away, as we are told by those in holy orders. When a man is in a fair way and sees all life open in front of him, he seems to himself to make a very important figure in the world. His horse whinnies to him, the trumpets blow, and the girls look out of window as he rides into town before his company. He receives many assurances of trust and regard, sometimes by express in a letter, sometimes face to face with persons of great consequence falling on his neck. It is not wonderful if his head is turned for a time, but once he is dead, were he as brave as Hercules or as wise as Solomon, he is soon forgotten. It is not 10 years since my father fell, with many other knights around him, in a very fierce encounter, and I do not think that any one of them, nor so much as the name of the fight, is now remembered. No, no, madam. The nearer you come to it, you see that death is a dark and dusty corner, where a man gets into his tomb and has the door shut after him till the judgment day. I have few friends just now, and once I am dead I shall have none. Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu, she exclaimed, you forget Blanche de Malétroit. You have a sweet nature, madame, and you are pleased to estimate a little service far beyond its worth. It is not that, she answered. You mistake me if you think I am easily touched by my own concerns. I say so, because you are the noblest man I have ever met, because I recognize in you a spirit that would have made even a common person famous in the land. And yet here I die in a mousetrap, with no more noise about it than my own squeaking, answered he. A look of pain crossed her face, and she was silent for a little while. Then a light came into her eyes, and with a smile she spoke again. I cannot have my champion think meanly of himself. Anyone who gives his life for another will be met in paradise by all the heralds and angels of the Lord God. And you have no such cause to hang your head. For, pray, do you think me beautiful? She asked, with a deep flush. Indeed, madam, I do, he said. I am glad of that. She answered heartily. Do you think there are many men in France who have been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden with her own lips, and who have refused her to her face? I know you men would half despise such a triumph, but believe me, we women know more of what is precious in love. There is nothing that should set a person higher in his own esteem, and we women would prize nothing more dearly. You are very good, he said, but you cannot make me forget that I was asked in pity and not for love. I am not so sure of that. she replied, holding down her head. Hear me to an end, Monsieur de Beaulieu. I know how you must despise me. I feel you are right to do so. I am too poor a creature to occupy one thought of your mind, although, alas, you must die for me this morning. But when I asked you to marry me, indeed, and indeed it was because I respected and admired you, and loved you with my whole soul, from the very moment that you took my part against my uncle. If you had seen yourself, and how noble you looked, you would pity, rather than despise me. And now, she went on, hurriedly checking him with her hand, although I have laid aside all reserve and told you so much, remember that I know your sentiments towards me already. I would not, believe me, being nobly born, weary you with importunities into consent. I too have a pride of my own, and I declare before the Holy Mother of God, if you should now go back from your word already given, I would no more marry you than I would marry my uncle's groom. Dennis smiled a little bitterly. It is a small love, he said, that shies at a little pride. She made no answer, although she probably had her own thoughts. Come hither to the window, he said with a sigh. Here is the dawn. And indeed the dawn was already beginning. The hollow of the sky was full of essential daylight, colourless and clean, and the valley underneath was flooded with a grey reflection. A few thin vapours clung in the coves of the forest, or lay along the winding course of the river. The scene disengaged a surprising effect of stillness, which was hardly interrupted when the cocks began once more to crow among the steadings. Perhaps the same fellow who had made so horrid a clangour in the darkness, not half an hour before, now sent up the merriest cheer to greet the coming day. A little wind went bustling and eddying among the treetops underneath the windows, and still the daylight kept flooding insensibly out of the east, which was soon to grow incandescent and cast up that red-hot cannonball, the rising sun. Dennis looked out over all this with a bit of a shiver. He had taken her hand and retained it in his, almost unconsciously. Has the day begun already? She said, and then, illogically enough, the night has been so long, alas, what shall we say to my uncle when he returns? What you will, said Dennis, and he pressed her fingers in his. She was silent. Blanche, he said with a swift, uncertain, passionate utterance, you have seen whether I fear death. You must know well enough that I would as gladly leap out of that window into the empty air as to lay a finger on you without your free and full consent. But if you care for me at all, do not let me lose my life in a misapprehension, for I love you better than the whole world, and though I will die for you blithely, it would be like all the joys of paradise to live on and spend my life in your service. As he stopped speaking, a bell began to ring loudly in the interior of the house, and a clatter of armour in the corridor showed that the retainers were returning to their post, and the 2 hours were at an end. After all that you have heard? She whispered, leaning towards him with her lips and eyes. I have heard nothing, he replied. The captain's name was Florimond de Chandivas, she said in his ear. I did not hear it, he answered, taking her supple body in his arms, and covered her wet face with kisses. A melodious chirping was audible behind, followed by a beautiful chuckle, and the voice of Monsieur de Malétroit wished his new nephew a good morning. The Bottle Imp by Robert Louis Stevenson. There was a man of the island of Hawaii, whom I shall call Keawe. For the truth is, he still lives, and his name must be kept secret. But the place of his birth was not far from Honono, where the bones of Keao the Great lie hidden in a cave. This man was poor, brave, and active. He could read and write like a schoolmaster. He was a first-rate mariner besides, sailed for some time in the island steamers, and steered a whaleboat on the Hamakua coast. At length, it came in Keao's mind to have a sight of the great world and foreign cities, and he shipped on a vessel bound to San Francisco. This is a fine town, with a fine harbor, and rich people uncountable. And, in particular, there is one hill which is covered with palaces. Upon this hill Keawe was one day taking a walk, with his pocket full of money, viewing the great houses upon either hand with pleasure. What fine houses there are, he was thinking, and how happy must these people be who dwell in them, and take no care for the morrow. The thought was in his mind when he came abreast of a house that was smaller than some others, but all finished and beautified like a toy. The steps of that house shone like silver, and the borders of the garden bloomed like garlands, and the windows were bright like diamonds. And Kewa stopped and wondered at the excellence of all he saw. So stopping, he was aware of a man that looked forth upon him through a window so clear that Keao could see him as you see a fish in a pool upon the reef. The man was elderly, with a bald head and a black beard, and his face was heavy with sorrow, and he bitterly sighed. And the truth of it is, that as Keao looked in upon the man, and the man looked out upon Keao, each envied the other. All of a sudden, the man smiled and nodded, and beckoned Keao to enter, and met him at the door of the house. "This is a fine house of mine," said the man, and bitterly sighed. "Would you not care to view the chambers?" So he led Kiowa all over it, from the cellar to the roof, and there was nothing there that was not perfect of its kind, and Keao was astonished. "Truly," said Keao, "this is a beautiful house. If I lived in the like of it, I should be laughing all day long. How comes it, then, that you should be sighing?" "There is no reason," said the man, "why you should not have a house in all points similar to this, and finer if you wish. You have some money, I suppose." "I have $50, said Keawa. "But a house like this will cost more than $50. The man made a computation. "I am sorry you have no more," said he, "for it may raise you trouble in the future, but it shall be yours at $50. "The house?" asked Keao. "No, not the house," replied the man, "but the bottle. For I must tell you, although I appear to you so rich and fortunate, all my fortune, and this house itself and its garden, came out of a bottle not much bigger than a pint. This is it." And he opened a lock-fast place, and took out a round-bellied bottle with a long neck. The glass of it was white like milk, with changing rainbow colours in the grain. With insides, something obscurely moved, like a shadow and a fire. "This is the bottle," said the man, and when Keao laughed, "You do not believe me," he added. "Try them for yourself. See if you can break it." So Keao took the bottle up and dashed it on the floor till he was weary, but it jumped on the floor like a child's ball, and was not injured. "This is a strange thing," said Keao, "for by the touch of it, as well as by the look, the bottle should be of glass." "Of glass it is," replied the man, sighing more heavily than ever, "but the glass of it was tempered in the flames of hell. An imp lives in it, and that is the shadow we behold there moving, or so I suppose. If any man buy this bottle, the imp is at his command. all that he desires. Love, fame, money, houses like this house, or a city like this city. All are his at the word uttered. Napoleon had this bottle, and by it he grew to be the king of the world, but he sold it at the last and fell. Captain Cook had this bottle, and by it he found his way to so many islands, but he too sold it, and was slain upon Hawaii. For once it is sold, the power goes, and the protection, and unless a man remain content with what he has, ill will befall him. And yet you talk of selling it yourself, Kiao said. I have all I wish, and I am growing elderly, replied the man. There is one thing the imp cannot do. He cannot prolong life, and it would not be fair to conceal from you there is a drawback to the bottle. For if a man die before he sells it, he must burn in hell forever. To be sure, that is a drawback and no mistake, cried Keawe. I would not meddle with a thing. I can do without a house, thank God. But there is one thing I could not be doing with one particle, and that is to be damned. Dear me, you must not run away with things, returned the man. All you have to do is to use the power of the imp in moderation, and then sell it to someone else, as I do to you, and finish your life in comfort. Well, I observe two things, said Kao. All the time you keep sighing like a maid in love, that is one. And for the other, you sell this bottle very cheap. I have told you already why I sigh, said the man. It is because I fear my health is breaking up, and as you said yourself, to die and go to the devil is a pity for anyone. As for why I sell so cheap, I must explain to you there is a peculiarity about the bottle. Long ago, when the devil brought it first upon earth, it was extremely expensive, and was sold first of all to Prester John for many millions of dollars. But it cannot be sold at all, unless sold at a loss. If you sell it for as much as you paid for it, back it comes to you again like a homing pigeon. It follows that the price has kept falling in these centuries, and the bottle is now remarkably cheap. I bought it myself from one of my great neighbors on this hill, and the price I paid was only $90. I could sell it for as high as $89.99, but not a penny dearer, or back the thing must come to me. Now, about this, there are two bothers. First, when you offer a bottle so singular for $80-odd, people suppose you to be jesting. And second, but there is no hurry about that, and I need not go into it. Only remember, it must be coined money that you sell it for. How am I to know that this is all true? Asked the Keawe. Some of it you can try at once, replied the man. Give me your $50, take the bottle, and wish your $50 back into your pocket. If that does not happen, I pledge you my honor. I will cry off the bargain and restore your money. You are not deceiving me, said Keawe. The man bound himself with a great oath. Well, I will risk that much, said Keawe, for that can do no harm. And he paid over his money to the man, and the man handed him the bottle. Imp of the bottle, said Keawe, I want my $50 back. And sure enough, he had scarce said the word before his pocket was as heavy as ever. To be sure, this is a wonderful bottle, said Keawe. And now good morning to you, my fine fellow, and the devil go with you for me, said the man. Hold on, said Keawe. I don't want any more of this fun. Here, take your bottle back. You have bought it for less than I paid for it, replied the man, rubbing his hands. It is yours now, and for my part, I am only concerned to see the back of you. And with that, he rang for his Chinese servant, and had Keo shown out of the house. Now, When Kea was in the street with the bottle under his arm, he began to think, if all is true about this bottle, I may have made a losing bargain, thinks he. But perhaps the man was only fooling me. The first thing he did was to count his money. The sum was exact, $49 American money, and 1 chili piece. That looks like the truth, said Keawe. Now I will try another part. The streets in that part of the city were as clean as a ship's decks, and though it was noon, there were no passengers. Keawe set the bottle in the gutter and walked away. Twice he looked back, and there was the milky, round-bellied bottle where he left it. A third time he looked back and turned a corner, but he had scarce done so when something knocked upon his elbow, and behold, it was the long neck sticking up, and as for the round belly, it was jammed into the pocket of his pilot coat. And that looks like the truth, said Keawe. The next thing he did was to buy a corkscrew in a shop and go apart into a secret place in the fields. And there he tried to draw the cork, but as often as he put the screw in, out it came again, and the cork as whole as ever. This is some new sort of cork, said Keawe, and all at once he began to shake and sweat, for he was afraid of that bottle. On his way back to the port side, he saw a shop where a man sold shells and clubs from the wild islands, old heathen deities, old coined money, pictures from China and Japan, and all manner of things that sailors bring in their sea chests. And here he had an idea. So he went in and offered the bottle for $100. The man of the shop laughed at him at the first and offered him 5. But indeed, it was a curious bottle. Such glass was never blown in any human glassworks. So prettily the colours shone under the milky white, and so strangely the shadow hovered in the midst. So after he had disputed a while, after the manner of his kind, the shopman gave Keawe 60 silver dollars for the thing, and set it on a shelf in the midst of his window. Now, said Keawe, I have sold that for 60, which I bought for 50. Or, to say truth, a little less, because one of my dollars was from Chile. Now I shall know the truth upon another point. So he went back on board his ship, and when he opened his chest, there was the bottle, and had come more quickly than himself. Now Keawe had a mate on board, whose name was Lopaka. What ails you, said Lopaka, that you stare in your chest? They were alone in the ship's forecastle, and Keawe bound him to secrecy and told all. This is a very strange affair, said Lopaka, and I fear you will be in trouble about this bottle. But there is one point very clear, that you are sure of the trouble, and you had better have the profit in the bargain. Make up your mind what you want with it. Give the order, and if it is done as you desire, I will buy the bottle myself, for I have an idea of my own to get a schooner and go trading through the islands. That is not my idea, said Keawe, but to have a beautiful house and garden on the Kona coast, where I was born, the sun shining in at the door, flowers in the garden, glass in the windows, pictures on the walls, and toys and fine carpets on the tables, for all the world like the house I was in this day, only a story higher, and with balconies all about like the king's palace, and to live there without care, and make merry with my friends and relatives. Well, said Lopaka, let us carry it back with us to Hawaii, and if all comes true as you suppose, I will buy the bottle as I said and ask a schooner. Upon that they were agreed, and it was not long before the ship returned to Honolulu, carrying Keawe and Lopaka, and the bottle. They were scarce come ashore when they met a friend upon the beach, who began at once to condole with Keawe. "I do not know what I am to be condoled about," said Keawe. "Is it possible you have not heard?" said the friend. "Your uncle, that good old man, is dead, and your cousin, that beautiful boy, was drowned at sea." Keawe was filled with sorrow and beginning to weep and to lament. He forgot about the bottle. But Lopaka was thinking to himself, and presently, when Keawe's grief was a little abated, "I have been thinking," said Lopaka. "Had not your uncle lands in Hawaii, in the district of Kau?" "No," said Keawe, "not in Kau. They are on the mountainside, a little south Hukana." "These lands will now be yours?" asked Lopaka. "And so they will," says Keawe, and began again to lament for his relatives. "No," said Lopaka, "do not lament at present. I have a thought in my mind. How if this should be the doing of the bottle? For here is the place ready for your house." "If this be so," cried Keawe, "it is a very ill way to serve me by killing my relatives. But it may be indeed, for it was in just such a station that I saw the house with my mind's eye." "The house, however, is not yet built," said Lopaka. "No, nor like to be," said Keawe. "Although my uncle has some coffee and ava and bananas, it will not be more than will keep me in comfort, and the rest of that land is the black lava." "Let us go to the lawyer," said Lopaka. "I have still this idea in my mind." Now, when they came to the lawyer's, it appeared Keawe's uncle had grown monstrous rich in the last days, and there was a fund of money. "And here is the money for the house," cried Lopaka. "If you are thinking of a new house," said the lawyer, "here is the card of a new architect, of whom they tell me great things." "Better and better," cried Lopaka. "Here is all made plain for us. Let us continue to obey orders." So they went to the architect, and he had drawings of houses on his table. "You want something out of the way?" said the architect. "How do you like this?" And he handed a drawing to Keawe. Now, when Keawe set eyes on the drawing, he cried out aloud, for it was the picture of his thought exactly drawn. "I am in for this house," thought he. "Little as I like the way it comes to me, I am in for it now, and I may as well take the good along with the evil." So he told the architect all that he wished, and how he would have that house furnished, and about the pictures on the wall, and the knickknacks on the tables. And he asked the man plainly for how much he would undertake the whole affair. The architect put many questions and took his pen and made a computation, and when he had done, he named the very sum that Keawe had inherited. Lopaka and Keawe looked at one another and nodded. "It is quite clear," thought Keawe, "that I am to have this house whether or no. It comes from the devil, and I fear I will get little good by that. And of one thing I am sure, I will make no more wishes as long as I have this bottle. But with the house I am saddled, and I may as well take the good along with the evil." So he made his terms with the architect, and they signed a paper, and Keawe and Lopaka took ship again and sailed to Australia. For it was concluded between them they should not interfere at all, but leave the architect and the Bottle Imp to build and to adorn that house at their own pleasure. The voyage was a good voyage, only all the time Keawe was holding in his breath, for he had sworn he would utter no more wishes and take no more favours from the devil. The time was up when they got back. The architect told them that the house was ready, and Keawe and Lopaka took a passage in the hall, and went down Kona Way to view the house, and see if all had been done fitly according to the thought that was in Keawe's mind. Now, The house stood on the mountainside, visible to ships. Above, the forest ran up into the clouds of rain. Below, the black lava fell in cliffs where the kings of old lay buried. A garden bloomed about that house with every hue of flowers, and there was an orchard of papaya on the one hand, and an orchard of breadfruit on the other, and right in front, toward the sea, a ship's mast had been rigged up and bore a flag. As for the house, it was 3 stories high, with great chambers and broad balconies on each. The windows were of glass, so excellent that it was as clear as water and as bright as day. All manner of furniture adorned the chambers. Pictures hung upon the wall in golden frames, pictures of ships and men fighting, and of the most beautiful women, and of singular places. Nowhere in the world are there pictures of so bright a colour as those Keao found hanging in his house. As for the knickknacks, they were extraordinarily fine. Chiming clocks and musical boxes, little men with nodding heads, books filled with pictures, weapons of price from all quarters of the world, and the most elegant puzzles to entertain the leisure of a solitary man. And as no one would care to live in such chambers, only to walk through and view them, the balconies were made so broad that a whole town might have lived upon them in delight. And Keav knew not which to prefer, whether the back porch, where you get the land breeze, and looked upon the orchards and the flowers, or the front balcony, where you could drink the wind of the sea, and look down the steep wall of the mountain, and see the hall going by once a week or so between Hukana and the hills of Pele, or the schooners plying up the coast for wood and ava and bananas. When they had viewed all, Kewa and Lopaka sat on the porch. "Well," asked Lopaka, "is it all as you designed?" "Words cannot utter it," said Keao. "It is better than I dreamed, and I am sick with satisfaction." "There is but one thing to consider," said Lopaka. "All this may be quite natural, and the Bottle Imp have nothing whatever to say to it. If I were to buy the bottle, and got no schooner after all, I should have put my hand in the fire for nothing. I gave you my word, I know, but yet I think you would not grudge me one more proof." "I have sworn I would take no more favours," said Keawe. "I have gone already deep enough." "This is no favour I am thinking of," replied Lopaka. "It is only to see the imp himself. There is nothing to be gained by that, and so nothing to be ashamed of. And yet, if I once saw him, I should be sure of the whole matter. So indulge me so far, and let me see the imp, and after that, here is the money in my hand, and I will buy it." "There is only one thing I'm afraid of," said Keawe. "The imp may be very ugly to view, and if you once set eyes upon him, you might be very undesirous of the bottle." "I am a man of my word," said Lopaka. "And here is the money betwixt us." "Very well," replied Keawe. "I have a curiosity myself. So come, let us have one look at you, Mr. Imp." Now, as soon as that was said, the imp looked out of the bottle, and in again, swift as a lizard. And there sat Keawe and Lopaka, turned to stone. The night had quite come, before either found a thought to say, or voice to say it with. And then Lopaka pushed the money over and took the bottle. "I am a man of my word," said he, "and had need to be so, or I wouldn't touch this bottle with my foot. Well, I shall get my schooner and $1 or 2 from my pocket, and then I will be rid of this devil as fast as I can. For to tell you the plain truth, the look of him has cast me down." "Lopaka," said Keao, "do not you think any worse of me than you can help. I know it is night, and the roads bad, and the pass by the tombs an ill place to go by so late. But I declare, Since I have seen that little face, I cannot eat or sleep or pray till it is gone from me. I will give you a lantern and a basket to put the bottle in, and any picture or fine thing in all my house that takes your fancy. And be gone at once, and go sleep at Hukana with Nahinu." "Kiawe," said Lopaka, "many a man would take this ill. Above all, when I am doing you a turn so friendly as to keep my word and buy the bottle. And for that matter, the night and the dark, and the way by the tombs, must be all tenfold more dangerous to a man with such a sin upon his conscience, and such a bottle under his arm. But for my part, I am so extremely terrified myself, I have not the heart to blame you. Here I go then, and I pray God you may be happy in your house, and I fortunate with my schooner, and both get to heaven in the end, in spite of the devil and his bottle." So Lopaka went down the mountain, and Kewe stood in his front balcony and listened to the clink of the horses' shoes, and watched the lantern go shining down the path and along the cliff of caves where the old dead are buried. And all the time he trembled and clasped his hands and prayed for his friend, and gave glory to God that he himself was escaped out of that trouble. But the next day came very brightly, and that new house of his was so delightful to behold that he forgot his terrors. One day followed another, and Kewe dwelt there in perpetual joy. He had his place on the back porch. It was there he ate and lived, and read the stories in the Honolulu newspapers. But when anyone came by, they would go in and view the chambers and the pictures. And the fame of the house went far and wide. It was called Kahale Nui, the great house, in all Kona, and sometimes the bright house. For Kyo kept a Chinaman who was all day dusting and furbishing, and the glass and the gilt and the fine stuffs and the pictures shone as bright as the morning. As for Keo himself, he could not walk in the chambers without singing. His heart was so enlarged, and when ships sailed by upon the sea, he would fly his colours on the mast. So time went by, until one day Keawe went upon a visit as far as Kailua to certain of his friends. There he was well feasted, and left as soon as he could the next morning, and rode hard, for he was impatient to behold his beautiful house, and besides, the night then coming on was the night in which the dead of old days go abroad in the sides of Kona. And having already meddled with the devil, he was the more chary of meeting with the dead. A little beyond Honono, looking far ahead, he was aware of a woman bathing in the edge of the sea, and she seemed a well-grown girl. But he thought no more of it. Then he saw her white shift flutter as she put it on, and then her red holoku. And by the time he came abreast of her, she was done with her toilet, and had come up from the sea, and stood by the trackside in her red holoku. And she was all freshened with the bath, and her eyes shone and were kind. Now Keo no sooner beheld her than he drew rein. "I thought I knew everyone in this country," said he. "How comes it that I do not know you?" "I am Kokua, daughter of Keanu," said the girl, "and I have just returned from Oahu." "Who are you?" "I will tell you who I am in a little," said Keawe, dismounting from his horse. "But not now, for I have a thought in my mind, and if you knew who I was, you might have heard of me, and would not give me a true answer. But tell me, first of all, one thing. Are you married?" At this, Kokua laughed out loud. "It is you who ask questions," she said. "Are you married yourself?" "Indeed, Kokua, I am not," replied Keawe, "and never thought to be until this hour. But here is the plain truth. I have met you here at the roadside, and I saw your eyes, which are like the stars, and my heart went to you as swift as a bird. And so now, if you want none of me, say so, and I will go on to my own place. But if you think me no worse than any other young man, say so too, and I will turn aside to your fathers for the night, and tomorrow I will talk with a good man." Kokua said never a word, but she looked at the sea and laughed. "Kokua," said Keawe, "if you say nothing, I will take that for the good answer. So let us be stepping to your father's door." She went on ahead of him, still without speech. Only sometimes she glanced back and glanced away again, and she kept the strings of her hat in her mouth. Now, when they had come to the door, Kiano came out on his veranda and cried out and welcomed Keawe by name. At that the girl looked over, for the fame of the great house had come to her ears, and to be sure, it was a great temptation. All that evening they were very merry together, and the girl was as bold as brass under the eyes of her parents, and made a mark of Keawe, for she had a quick wit. The next day he had a word with Kiano, and found the girl alone. "Kokua," said he, "you made a mark of me all the evening, and 'tis still time to bid me go. I would not tell you who I was, because I have so fine a house, and I feared you would think too much of that house, and too little of the man that loves you. Now you know all, and if you wish to have seen the last of me, say so at once." "No," said Kokua, but this time she did not laugh, nor did Keao ask for more. This was the wooing of Keawe. Things had gone quickly, but so an arrow goes, and the ball of a rifle swifter still, and yet both may strike the target. Things had gone fast, but they had gone far also, and the thought of Keo rang in the maiden's head. She heard his voice in the breach of the surf upon the lava, and for this young man that she had seen but twice she would have left father and mother and her native islands. As for Keao himself, his horse flew up the path of the mountain under the cliff of tombs, and the sound of the hoofs and the sound of Keao singing to himself for pleasure echoed in the caverns of the dead. He came to the bright house, and still he was singing. He sat and ate in the broad balcony, and the Chinaman wondered at his master, to hear how he sang between the mouthfuls. The sun went down into the sea, and the night came, and Keawe walked the balconies by lamplight, high on the mountains, and the voice of his singing startled men on ships. "Here am I now upon my high place." He said to himself, "Life may be no better. This is the mountain top, and all shelves about me toward the worse. For the first time I will light up the chambers, and bathe in my fine bath with the hot water and the cold, and sleep above in the bed of my bridal chamber." So the Chinaman had word, and he must rise from sleep and light the furnaces. And as he walked below, beside the boilers, he heard his master singing and rejoicing above him in the lighted chambers. When the water began to be hot, the Chinaman cried to his master, and Keao went into the bathroom, and the Chinaman heard him sing as he filled the marble basin, and heard him sing, and the singing broken as he undressed, until of a sudden the song ceased. The Chinaman listened and listened. He called up the house to Keao to ask if all were well, and Keao answered him, "Yes," and bade him go to bed. But there was no more singing in the bright house, and all night long the Chinaman heard his master's feet go round and round the balconies without repose. Now the truth of it was this. As Keao undressed for his bath, he spied upon his flesh a patch like a patch of lichen on a rock, and it was then that he stopped singing, for he knew the likeness of that patch, and knew that he was fallen in the Chinese evil. Now it is a sad thing for any man to fall into this sickness, and it would be a sad thing for anyone to leave a house so beautiful and so commodious, and depart from all his friends to the north coast of Molokai, between the mighty cliff and the sea breakers. But what was that to the case of the man Keawe? He who had met his love but yesterday, and won her but that morning, and now saw all his hopes break, in a moment, like a piece of glass. A while he sat upon the edge of the bath, then sprang with a cry, and ran outside, and to and fro, along the balcony, like one despairing. Very willingly could I leave Hawaii, the home of my fathers, Kea was thinking. Very lightly could I leave my house, the high-placed, the many-windowed, here upon the mountains. Very bravely could I go to Molokai, to Kalaupapa by the cliffs, to live with the smitten, and to sleep there, far from my fathers. But what wrong have I done? What sin lies upon my soul, that I should have encountered Kokua coming cool from the sea-water in the evening? Kokua, the soul ensnarer. Kokua, the light of my life. Her may I never wed. Her may I look upon no longer. Her may I no more handle with my loving hand. And it is for this, it is for you, O Kokua, that I pour my lamentations. Now you are to observe what sort of a man Keawe was, for he might have dwelt there in the bright house for years, and no one been the wiser of his sickness. But he reckoned nothing of that, if he must lose Kokua. And again, he might have wed Kokua even as he was, and so many would have done, because they have the souls of pigs. But Kiao loved the maid manfully, and he would do her no hurt, and bring her in no danger. A little beyond the midst of the night, there came in his mind the recollection of that bottle. He went round to the back porch and called to memory the day when the devil had looked forth, and at the thought, ice ran in his veins. A dreadful thing is the bottle, thought Keawe, and dreadful is the imp, and it is a dreadful thing to risk the flames of hell. But what other hope have I to cure my sickness or to wed Kokua? What, he thought, would I beard the devil once, only to get me a house and not face him again to win Kokua? Thereupon, he called to mind it was the next day the hall went by on her return to Honolulu. Then must I go first, he thought, and see Lopaka, for the best hope that I have now is to find that same bottle I was so pleased to be rid of. Never a wink could he sleep. The food stuck in his throat. But he sent a letter to Keanu, and about the time when the steamer would be coming, rode down beside the cliff of the tombs. It rained. His horse went heavily. He looked up at the black mouths of the caves, and he envied the dead that slept there, and were done with trouble, and called to mind how he had galloped by the day before, and was astonished. So he came down to Hukana, and there was all the country gathered for the steamer as usual. In the shed before the store they sat and jested and passed the news. But there was no matter of speech in Keao's bosom, and he sat in their midst, and looked without on the rain falling on the houses, and the surf beating among the rocks, and the sighs arose in his throat. Keawe of the bright house is out of spirits, said one to another. Indeed, and so he was. And little wonder, then the haul came, and the whaleboat carried him on board. The after part of the ship was full of haoles, whites, who had been to visit the volcano, as their custom is, and the midst was crowded with Kanakas, and the forepart with wild bulls from Hilo and horses from Kau. But Keao sat apart from all in his sorrow, and watched for the house of Keanu. There it sat low upon the shore in the black rocks, and shaded by the coconut palms. And there by the door was a red holoku, no greater than a fly, and going to and fro with a fly's busyness. "Ah, queen of my heart," he cried, "I'll venture my dear soul to win you." Soon after darkness fell, and the cabins were lit up, and the Halens sat and played at the cards and drank whiskey as their custom is. But Keawe walked the deck all night, and all the next day as they steamed under the lee of Maui or of Molokai, he was still pacing to and fro like a wild animal in a menagerie. Toward evening they passed Diamond Head and came to the pier of Honolulu. Keawe stepped out among the crowd and began to ask for Lopaka. It seemed he had become the owner of a schooner, none better in the islands, and was gone upon an adventure as far as Pola Pola or Kahiki. So there was no help to be looked for from Lopaka. Keawe called to mind a friend of his, a lawyer in the town, I must not tell his name, and inquired of him. They said he was grown suddenly rich, and had a fine new house upon Waikiki shore. And this put a thought in Keao's head, and he called a hack and drove to the lawyer's house. The house was all brand new, and the trees in the garden no greater than walking sticks. And the lawyer, when he came, had the air of a man well pleased. "What can I do to serve you?" said the lawyer. "You are a friend of Lopaka's," replied Keawe, "and Lopaka purchased from me a certain piece of goods that I thought you might enable me to trace." The lawyer's face became very dark. "I do not profess to misunderstand you, Mr. Keawe," said he, "though this is an ugly business to be stirring in. You may be sure I know nothing, but yet I have a guess, and if you would apply in a certain quarter, I think you might have news." And he named the name of a man, which, again, I had better not repeat. So it was for days, and Keawe went from one to another, finding everywhere new clothes and carriages, and fine new houses, and men everywhere in great contentment, although, to be sure, when he hinted at his business their faces would cloud over. "No doubt I am upon the track," thought Keawe. "These new clothes and carriages are all the gifts of the little imp, and these glad faces are the faces of men who have taken their profit and got rid of the accursed thing in safety. When I see pale cheeks and hear sighing, I shall know that I am near the bottle." So it befell at last that he was recommended to a haole in Beretania Street. When he came to the door, about the hour of the evening meal, there were the usual marks of the new house, and the young garden, and the electric light shining in the windows. But when the owner came, a shock of hope and fear ran through Keawe. For here was a young man, white as a corpse, and black about the eyes, the hair shedding from his head, and such a look in his countenance as a man may have when he is waiting for the gallows. "Here it is, to be sure," thought Keawe, and so with this man he no ways veiled his errand. "I am come to buy the bottle," said he. At the word, the young haole of Beretania Street reeled against the wall. "The bottle," he gasped, "to buy the bottle." Then he seemed to choke, and seizing Keawe by the arm, carried him into a room and poured out wine in 2 glasses. "Here is my respects," said Keawe, who had been much about with haoles in his time. "Yes," he added, "I am come to buy the bottle. What is the price by now?" At that word the young man let his glass slip through his fingers and looked upon Keawe like a ghost. "The price," says he, "the price. You do not know the price." "It is for that I am asking you," returned Cow. "But why are you so much concerned? Is there anything wrong about the price?" "It has dropped a great deal in value since your time, Mr. Cow," said the young man, stammering. "Well, well, I shall have the less to pay for it," says Cow. "How much did it cost you?" The young man was as white as a sheet. "2 cents," said he. "What?" cried Cow. "2 cents? Why then, you can only sell it for 1, and he who buys it—" The words died upon Cow's tongue. He who bought it could never sell it again. The bottle and the bottle imp must abide with him until he died, and when he died must carry him to the red end of hell. The young man of Beretania Street fell upon his knees. "For God's sake, buy it," he cried. "You can have all my fortune in the bargain. I was mad when I bought it at that price. I'd embezzled money at my store. I was lost else. I must have gone to jail." "Poor creature," said Kao. "You would risk your soul upon so desperate an adventure, and to avoid the proper punishment of your own disgrace. And you think I could hesitate with love in front of me? Give me the bottle, and the change which I make sure you have all ready. Here is a 5-cent piece." It was as Kao supposed. The young man had the change ready in a drawer. The bottle changed hands, and Kao's fingers were no sooner clasped upon the stalk than he had breathed his wish to be a clean man. And sure enough, when he got home to his room and stripped himself before a glass, his flesh was whole like an infant's. And here was the strange thing. He had no sooner seen this miracle than his mind was changed within him, and he cared naught for the Chinese evil, and little enough for Kokua, and had but the one thought, that here he was bound to the bottle imp for time and for eternity, and had no better hope but to be a cinder forever in the flames of hell. Away ahead of him he saw them blaze with his mind's eye, and his soul shrank, and darkness fell upon the light. When Kiao came to himself a little, he was aware it was the night when the band played at the hotel. Thither he went, because he feared to be alone, and there, among happy faces, walked to and fro, and heard the tunes go up and down, and saw Berger beat the measure, and all the while he heard the flames crackle, and saw the red fire burning in the bottomless pit. Of a sudden the band played Hiki Au Au. That was a song that he had sung with Kokua, and at the strain courage returned to him. "It is done now," he thought, "and once more let me take the good along with the evil." So it befell that he returned to Hawaii by the first steamer, and as soon as it could be managed, he was wedded to Kokua, and carried her up the mountain side to the bright house. Now it was so with these two, that when they were together, Keo's heart was stilled. But so soon as he was alone, he fell into a brooding horror, and heard the flames crackle, and saw the red fire burn in the bottomless pit. The girl, indeed, had come to him wholly. Her heart leaped in her side at sight of him. Her hand clung to his, and she was so fashioned, from the hair upon her head to the nails upon her toes, that none could see her without joy. She was pleasant in her nature. She had the good word always, full of song she was, and went to and fro in the bright house, the brightest thing in its 3 stories, caroling like the birds. And Kao beheld and heard her with delight, and then must shrink upon one side, and weep and groan, to think upon the price that he had paid for her. And then he must dry his eyes, and wash his face, and go and sit with her on the broad balconies, joining in her songs, and with a sick spirit answering her smiles. There came a day when her feet began to be heavy, and her songs more rare. And now it was not Kiao only that would weep apart, but each would sunder from the other, and sit in opposite balconies with the whole width of the bright house betwixt. Kiao was so sunk in his destiny, he scarce observed the change, and was only glad he had more hours to sit alone and brood upon his destiny, and was not so frequently condemned to pull a smiling face on a sick heart. But one day, coming softly through the house, he heard the sound of a child sobbing, and there was Kokua rolling her face upon the balcony floor and weeping like the lost. "You do well to weep in this house, Kokua," he said, "and yet I would give the head off my body that you, at least, might have been happy." "Happy," she cried. "Kiawe, when you lived alone in your bright house, you were the word of the island for a happy man. Laughter and song were in your mouth, and your face was as bright as the sunrise. Then you wedded poor Kokua, and the good God knows what is amiss in her. But from that day you have not smiled." "Oh," she cried, "what ails me? I thought I was pretty, and I knew I loved him. What ails me that I throw this cloud upon my husband?" "Poor Kokua," said Kiawe. He sat down by her side and sought to take her hand, but that she plucked away. "Poor Kokua," he said again. "My poor child, my pretty, and I had thought all this while to spare you. Well, you shall know all. Then, at least, you will pity poor Keo. Then you will understand how much he loved you in the past, that he dared hell for your possession, and how much he loves you still, the poor condemned one, that he can yet call up a smile when he beholds you." With that he told her all, even from the beginning. "You have done this for me," she cried. "Ah, well, then what do I care?" And she clasped and wept upon him. "Ah, child," said Keo, "and yet, when I consider of a fire of hell, I care a good deal." "Never tell me," said she. "No man can be lost because he loved Kokua, and no other fault. I tell you, Keawe, I shall save you with these hands, or perish in your company." "What? You loved me, and gave your soul, and you think I will not die to save you in return? Ah, my dear, you might die 100 times, and what difference would that make?" he cried, "except to leave me lonely till the time comes of my damnation." "You know nothing," said she. "I was educated in the school in Honolulu. I am no common girl, and I tell you I shall save my lover. What is this you say about a cent? But all the world is not American. In England they have a piece they call a farthing, which is about half a cent." "Ah, sorrow," she cried, "that makes it scarcely better, for the buyer must be lost, and we shall find none so brave as my Keawe. But then, there is France. They have a small coin there, which they call a centime, and these go 5 to the cent or thereabout. We could not do better. Come, Keo, let us go to the French islands. Let us go to Tahiti as fast as ships can bear us. There we have 4 centimes, 3 centimes, 2 centimes, 1 centime. 4 possible sails to come and go on, and 2 of us to push the bargain. Come, my Keawe, kiss me and banish care. Kokua will defend you. Gift of God," he cried. "I cannot think that God will punish me for desiring aught so good. Be it as you will then. Take me where you please. I put my life and my salvation in your hands." Early the next day, Kokua was about her preparations. She took Keao's chest that he went with sailoring, and first she put the bottle in a corner, and then packed it with the richest of their clothes and the bravest of the knickknacks in the house. "For," said she, We must seem to be rich folks, or who will believe in the bottle? All the time of her preparation she was as gay as a bird. Only when she looked upon Keao, the tears would spring in her eye, and she must run and kiss him. As for Keao, a weight was off his soul. Now that he had his secret shared, and some hope in front of him, he seemed like a new man. His feet went lightly on the earth, and his breath was good to him again. Yet was terror still at his elbow. And ever and again, as the wind blows out a taper, hope died in him, and he saw the flames toss and the red fire burn in hell. It was given out in the country they were gone pleasuring to the States, which was thought a strange thing, and yet not so strange as the truth, if any could have guessed it. So they went to Honolulu in the hall, and thence in the Umatilla to San Francisco with a crowd of haoles, and at San Francisco took their passage by the mail brigantine, the Tropic Bird, for Papeete, the chief place of the French in the South Islands. Thither they came, after a pleasant voyage, on a fair day of the trade wind, and saw the reef with the surf breaking, and Motuiti with its palms, and the schooner riding within sight, and the white houses of the town low down along the shore among green trees, and overhead the mountains, and the clouds of Tahiti, the wise island. It was judged the most wise to hire a house, which they did accordingly, opposite the British consuls, to make a great parade of money, and themselves conspicuous with carriages and horses. This it was very easy to do, so long as they had the bottle in their possession. For Kokua was more bold than Keawe, and whenever she had a mind, called on the imp for $20 or $100. At this rate, they soon grew to be remarked in the town, and the strangers from Hawaii, their riding and their driving, the fine holokus, and the rich lace of Kokua, became the matter of much talk. They got on well after the first with the Tahitian language, which is indeed like to the Hawaiian, with a change of certain letters, and as soon as they had any freedom of speech began to push the bargain. You are to consider it was not an easy subject to introduce. It was not easy to persuade people you were in earnest, when you offered to sell them for 4 centimes, the spring of health and riches inexhaustible. It was necessary, besides, to explain the dangers of the bottle, and either people disbelieved the whole thing and laughed, or they thought the more of the darker part, became overcast with gravity, and drew away from Keao and Kokua, as from persons who had dealings with the devil. So far from gaining ground, these two began to find they were avoided in the town. The children ran away from them screaming, a thing intolerable to Kokua. Catholics crossed themselves as they went by, and all persons began with one accord to disengage themselves from their advances. Depression fell upon their spirits. They would sit at night in their new house, after a day's weariness, and not exchange one word, or the silence would be broken by Kokua bursting suddenly into sobs. Sometimes they would pray together. Sometimes they would have the bottle out upon the floor, and sit all evening watching how the shadow hovered in the midst. At such times they would be afraid to go to rest. It was long ere slumber came to them, and if either dozed off, it would be to wake and find the other silently weeping in the dark, or, perhaps, to wake alone, the other having fled from the house and the neighborhood of that bottle, to pace under the bananas in the little garden, or to wander on the beach by moonlight. One night, it was so when Kokua awoke. Keawe was gone. She felt in the bed, and his place was cold. Then fear fell upon her, and she sat up in bed. A little moonshine filtered through the shutters. The room was bright, and she could spy the bottle on the floor. Outside it blew high. The great trees of the avenue cried aloud, and the fallen leaves rattled in the veranda. In the midst of this, Kokua was aware of another sound. Whether of a beast or of a man she could scarce tell, but it was as sad as death, and cut her to the soul. Softly she arose, set the door ajar, and looked forth into the moonlit yard. There, under the bananas, lay Keawe, his mouth in the dust, and as he lay, he moaned. It was Kokua's first thought to run forward and console him. Her second potently withheld her. Keawe had borne himself before his wife like a brave man. It became her little, in the hour of weakness, to intrude upon his shame. With a thought, she drew back into the house. Heaven, she thought, how careless have I been, how weak. It is he, not I, that stands in this eternal peril. It was he, not I, that took the curse upon his soul. It's for my sake, and for the love of a creature of so little worth and such poor help, that he now beholds so close to him the flames of hell. Aye, and smells the smoke of it, lying without there in the wind and moonlight. Am I so dull of spirit that never till now I have surmised my duty, or have I seen it before and turned aside? But now, at least, I take up my soul in both the hands of my affection. Now I say farewell to the white steps of heaven and the waiting faces of my friends. A love for a love, and let mine be equalled with Keawe's. A soul for a soul, and be it mine to perish. She was a deft woman with her hands, and was soon apparelled. She took in her hands the change, the precious centimes they kept ever at their side, for this coin is little used, and they had made provision at the government office. When she was forth in the avenue, clouds came on the wind, and the moon was blackened. The town slept, and she knew not whither to turn, till she heard one coughing in the shadow of the trees. "Old man," said Kokua, "what do you hear abroad in the cold night?" The old man could scarce express himself for coughing, but she made out that he was old and poor, and a stranger in the island. "Will you do me a service?" said Kokua. "As one stranger to another, and as an old man to a young woman, will you help a daughter of Hawaii?" "Ah," said the old man, "so you are the witch from the 8 islands, and even my old soul you seek to entangle. But I have heard of you, and defy your wickedness." "Sit down here," said Kokua, "and let me tell you a story." And she told him of Keawe, and how he had purchased his beautiful house, and then got the sickness, and how he had bought the bottle back for 2 cents, and was now doomed to hell. "And now," said Kokua, "he has the bottle, but it can only be sold for 1 cent. If you will buy it from him for 4 centimes, I will buy it back from you for 3. That will leave you with a centime for your trouble, and I shall have the bottle." The old man was greedy, and agreed. He took the 4 centimes from Kokua, and went to the house where Keawe was sleeping, and purchased to the bottle for 4 centimes. Then he returned to Kokua, and she bought it back from him for 3 centimes. And she took the bottle, and Keawe was saved, but Kokua had the bottle and was doomed. When Keawe awoke in the morning and found his flesh clean, but Kokua gone, he was in great concern. He looked for the bottle, and it was gone too. Then he realized what had happened. Kokua had bought the bottle to save him. "My wife is lost," he cried. "I must save her at all costs." He took his money and went into the town to find someone who would help him. He met a drunken boatswain on a ship in the harbor, and told him the story. "You do not mean to say you are serious about that bottle?" cried the boatswain. "There is the lamp," said Kehoe. "Do I look as if I was jesting?" "That is so," said the boatswain. "You look as serious as a ghost." "Well then," said Kehoe, "here are 2 centimes. You must go to my wife in the house and offer her 2 centimes for the bottle. She will sell it, and then I will buy it from you for 1 centime, and I shall be the owner, and you will be free." The boatswain agreed. He took the 2 centimes, went to the house, and offered Kokua 2 centimes for the bottle. Kokua was overjoyed, and sold it. Then the boatswain returned to Kehoe, but when Kehoe offered him 1 centime for the bottle, the boatswain laughed. "No, sir," said the boatswain. "I have decided to keep the bottle. It's a fine bottle and no mistake. I have just wished for some drink and got it, and I don't care about hell, because I'm going there anyway. It's a capital bottle, and I'll keep it." So off he went down the avenue toward the town, and there goes the bottle out of the story. And Kel and Kokua were saved, and lived happily ever after in their bright house on the mountainside.